Franklin County Board of County Commissioners is now in session for this regular meeting, Tuesday, December 20th. It's good to have you all here this morning. I apologize for the couple minute late start we have. There's a lot to do, so we'll get started this morning. Commissioner Ward, will you lead us in the prayer and pledge, please? Please stand with us.
Lord, we come to you today as we conduct our county business. We would like to pray for, we've had a lot of people in our community affected with sickness, illness, and or death. We pray for those individuals. We pray for our Commissioner Lockley, who cannot be here today as he is sick, and everybody else, and we pray for everybody to have a very Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. That sounded good, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
All them children saying that?
That's right.
Thank you, Lord.
Up first this morning on the agenda is approval of the minutes.
So moved.
I have a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, by Commissioner Sanders, second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous, 4-0. Next will be the payment of the county's bills.
So move.
Have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward,
Second.
second by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous. All right, Mr. Roan, at this time I think we have a presentation for the 2022 Teeny Seahawks Football Super Bowl champion.
We do, and the coach is here, and Fonda's here, and they can both stand up and
All right,
work together and
do that.
introduce the players.
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
if you don't mind, let's have, so everybody will know who they are,
Yes.
let's have the children line up in front of the podium.
We can do that.
Come on, Liam. Tucker. Y'all come on up here.
Just line it straight across the front, yes,
Yeah.
and face everybody.
Yeah, there you go.
It is.
Just put it down in front of them so it can be seen. You know what I mean? There you go. That thing's as big as they are.
Coach, give us, I don't know, can you come around here?
Use this-
Give
or
us a
use
little
this mic right
brief synopsis of everything that happened and why they're here.
They played good football. They won every game that they played this year. We practiced real hard. I beat everybody by double digits just about, except for one team, I believe.
Wow.
And so you are the what?
Seahawks. Athletical
Yeah,
Seahawks.
but you're the
Oh, we Super Bowl champions.
Big Ben.
Big Ben Super Bowl champions, yeah.
Wow.
They did very good.
Since we don't have many of them here, let's ask them their name and what position they play. Starting out with you, Liam.
You wanna start? Yeah, talk loud so everybody can hear.
I don't know what position I play. I'm Tucker and I play lineman on offense. What do I play?
Same thing.
Hey, Tucker, pass down the mic, let's see.
Yeah,
That'll help
indeed.
everybody. Say it one more time and then pass down the mic.
My name's Tucker and I play lineman for offense and defense.
My name is Wyatt and I play. Oh, what is Tucker? Yeah, I don't know. Offense and defense. Offense and defense.
My name's Cole and I'm running back on offense and linebacker for defense.
Yeah.
Offense and defense.
What's your name, buddy? Kyle. Who's a superstar?
I'm Roman and I play on quarterback and defense.
He's a good one,
My name
too.
is Chance and I play lineman on offense and defense.
What's about you?
My name's Blake Narringer and I play lineman for offense.
Yeah. And he was our self-motivator, too.
Yeah.
Big hot.
My name's Wyatt Hatfield and I play running back and linebacker.
My name's Bo and I play what's it called? I can't remember.
You played offense and defense. Good job.
Okay. One more time, Blake. I want to hear you.
Get him, Blake.
I want you to get him motivated now. Get him.
Get him, Blake.
Come on.
Hype him up, Blake.
Come on. It ain't gonna happen today. Come on.
What we're gonna do?
Break it down. Let's go. Break it down. We all get ready to break it down.
Break it down for Christmas. Y'all are getting ready for Christmas.
Get ready for Christmas. Yeah, that's good.
I gotta break it down one time good.
Gonna get around that tray. I love it.
What you gotta say? You got anything to say? You scared? You scared? Who wants to get it?
No. Sia! 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 1, 2, 3, Sia!
Larry, is that the teeny age or is that the time?
Teeny man.
What about the teeny? How did they do? Okay, it was
Need to
that
let
two
them know
age.
that they finished second.
Oh, good.
The Pee Wee team finished second. They fell short in the Super Bowl. They did really good also this year.
You got a lot of talent coming.
We
through.
got
Oh,
we got a lot of
absolutely.
talent. We have a lot of talent coming up that's going to be good for our high school program.
Well, I
It's-
sat on
they
an
stick
11-hour interview for a new head coach there, so hopefully our superintendent's going to make the
Yeah.
right decision.
Just like I said, this is what it's all about.
That's right.
This is about our youth and just in general, everybody, but this is our youth. When you put money into the youth, look what they produce.
That's right.
And so next year, I can guarantee you that this year we wasn't able to support them, but next year I hope the board will come together and support them and support them all the way through.
Good
Guys,
job.
Good
I
job, guys.
enjoyed it.
Can we stand and take a picture?
Yeah.
What's wrong? You got a camera? You need one.
Hey, y'all get tight. Hey, get off. Kevin, y'all sit up, stand up straight. Stand up straight, Jim.
Oh, yeah? I figured y'all had more than this. Wow.
Thank y'all.
Thank you, guys. Good job.
Thank
Good job, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Good job, coaches.
You leaving it, Mr. Wright? We gonna put it in there?
We'll put it in the case out there.
We'll put it back.
Michael,
For now, leave it on that table, and then we'll move it out to the display this
Thank-
afternoon.
and y'all look out there and see where you want to put it
And-
in there and tell
Find a
tell
Good
Michael.
job, coaches.
Yes.
Good job, coaches.
Yeah, good job, coaches.
Coach.
And family.
Yes.
Super ain't easy.
No, ain't nothing easy about it.
You're talking about 7, 8-year-old, 9-year-old going to the Super Bowl.
Yes.
Already having a Super Bowl ring at that age,
That's good.
amazing.
Real good.
That's real good.
Bless their hearts, they were just a little embarrassed. They were
It's good for them. It builds character.
nervous.
It
Make
does.
them speak.
Yeah, it does.
They're like, we had to get up early for this? Oh. On our vacation?
That's why they know I'm here.
That made my heart feel good this morning. Thank y'all.
Yes.
It's all good.
Sounds like everybody got weapons today.
No, they're going backwards through that scan.
Yeah.
Well, that was truly remarkable. We will move on to the rest of the meeting. Up next is public comments. I'm just taking the order that I have them here. First up is Mr. Rudy Ming. Please come forward, state your name for the record, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners. Rudy Meng, Alligator Point. Happy holidays to all of you. Just following up on what Alligator Point needs. I'm going to try as we go forward to give you some gradual information. Parking's going to rear its ugly head again as we move forward into the spring, so look forward to addressing that with you all in January and see if we can put something together that is more effective than it has been in the past. So look forward to working with all of you on that one. And then again, my favorite, just to remind you, beach renourishment, not on my list of wonderful things. Parking lot, just going to add more problems for Alligator Point. So again, definitely not for beach renourishment and the lovely parking that is planned for that. Hopefully that's your direction as we move forward also. That's all. Thank you.
Thank
Happy
you.
holidays, y'all.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
just like to comment on this for just a minute because he's brought up the subject. Just to let everybody know, we've been having glitch in my Wi-Fi. So we finally got it cleared up last night. So all the emails and stuff that's been sent to me, I haven't read them yet because they're backlogged. I think I got 300. But I will go through them and get them done. But that's what I wanted to know, let you know that I did receive it, but I haven't read it because I just got it working last night.
Ms. Nanda Ming, you're up next. Please come forward, state your name for the record.
I tell you, I don't know, this kid's a hard act to follow.
Yes, it is.
It really is. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Nanda Meng, and I am the spokesperson for Alligator Point St. Teresa Association, which is a community service organization that advances the unique needs of the property owners within the Alligator Point, Bald Point, Bay North, and St. Teresa Fire District. We wanted to share the results of a straw poll we took last week of our members. The question was, if our community wanted to be a golf cart community. The results were yes. 78% voted yes, 22% voted no. As the subject has been brought up multiple times in the past, we are very willing to work with our commissioners on a golf cart ordinance for our community. We have several members that have researched and complied information for this ordinance and would like to share this information and assist the commissioners on creating a golf cart ordinance for Alligator Point, Bald Point that meets our specific needs of our community. We thank you for your continued support and happy holidays.
Thank you. Mr. Alstone.
Merry Christmas, Commissioners.
Morning.
Al Stone with Crimson Tide Services, and again, Bluff Road and Sacagawea to Bayshore. We are dealing with, as I remind you, a water retention issue, which we have met with Mr. Michael Marone's suggestion with Mr. Howard, our engineer, Mr. Brown. I hope that there'll be a recommendation from Mr. Michael this morning to y'all to proceed further. But last Thursday, really the counterpart to this decided to dig and put a fiber optic cable right where Mr. Howard, where we all met and looked at that was probably the best place. That's without a 911 call, which is a Florida law. It's also Federal Code 77-47. That's the federal code where they put that fiber optic cable right down outside of the right-of-way. This is last Thursday. So it's temporary, even though there's no such thing as a temporary fiber optic cable because there's no such thing as a prehistoric fiber optic cable. My point is, we've been dealing with this since August. As I've told my clients, it probably will take a year to get this fixed, but we need to hurry to get them from continuing to lay fiber optic cable where we could fix the problem. So I beg you this morning, please take action so we can go forward and get some resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Stone.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all for what you do.
Ms. Donna Butterfield.
For the record, my name is Donna Butterfield. Good morning, Commissioners. I thought I'd take my 3 minutes and just tell you how much I appreciate you all. You have always treated me with courtesy and dignity. I wish you all the best for a happy new year. It's a hard job. You're on duty 24/7, and you sure don't get paid the big bucks. But from me personally and a lot of members of this community, Commissioner Ward, Commissioner Sanders, Commissioner Jones, and Commissioner Amison, I'm sorry Noah's not here. Happy New Year, and I'll see you in 2023.
Thank you, Ms. Donna. And is Ms. Jordan on the line, Michael?
Yes, Ms. Jordan,
Okay, she did fill out a speaker card, so now's her time.
I'm thinking the 1549 is her number. I'm going to take
I
a
think that's right.
chance and click allow to talk. And she's unmuted, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Debbie?
Okay, you can hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning. It's Debbie Jordan. Good morning, Commissioners.
morning.
Coordinator Marone and Attorney Schuler. And congratulations to our Super Bowl champs and the Pee Wee Leagues who are giving it their best shot. And my prayers to Noah Lockley, Commissioner Lockley, absolutely. As you know, I've been undeniably vocal with great concern about the state of the St. James Lanark Volunteer Fire Department, 1 block from my home. I'm not only a disabled person, but I have a life-threatening condition and depend heavily on first responders to be knowledgeable, swift, and professional, and their apparatus to be inspected, maintained, repaired, or replaced if necessary. I had a sense of duty to advocate for myself and my neighbors. My life depended on it. Theirs did too. After almost 2 years of begging, pleading, foot-stomping, phone calling, letter writing, meeting, attending, countless hours of research, reaching out to the media, and sometimes I know I've irked your craw, I researched until my face turned blue. Others began to step up, some with the same concerns, some to voice their own concerns, visions, and plans. State Fire Marshal Director Julius Hallis and his team heard me. They reached out to me and requested a conference call between Director Hallis, Assistant Director Joanne Rice, and Matt Boyer. That's when I saw things begin to move at a considerably more expeditious pace. So I come to you today to express my gratitude to Carabel Fire Department for filling those boots, Alligator Point Volunteer Fire Department for mutual aid, you, our commissioners, for contracting with the Florida State Firefighters Association, and for the great team of volunteers working dutifully to become a quality fire department to be proud of. I've absolutely no doubt an above board and well-run department is growing, and I from my heart thank the men and women who stepped up to train and volunteer as firefighters for the Lanark District. As a side note, I know that they are hoping to find another female volunteer firefighter, first responder, so please reach out to them. That was told to me directly from Eric Grajales from FSFA. Last week, Julius Hallis retired as the State Fire Marshal Director and stated he is battling health issues, and he passed the torch to Assistant Director Joanne Rice. I ask y'all to keep Mr. Hallis in your prayers, and I congratulate Joanne Rice on her promotion. I'm feeling safe for the first time since 2019. It will be a wonderful day when we are officially up and running as a functioning fire department, and I now can see the light at the end of that tunnel. I thank you very much, and I thank you for the voicemail, Commissioner Sanders. I know you got my email. That made me feel good. I want to wish every one of you Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Thank you for putting up with my constant comments on this issue, but I see something done, and I'm calling to express gratitude. That is all I have today.
Thank you. All right. Up next, Mr. Howard Neighbors, Superintendent of Roads and Bridges.
Good morning, Commissioner. How y'all doing?
Morning.
I got no action items this morning, but I do got 2 or 3 different little things that we've been working on. One of them is about the drainage, which he was talking about, which I think Commissioner Amison met with the engineer, and I also talked with Michael. So I think we're gonna let the engineer make the decision on which way would be the best to run that water. So, and also on the guardrail 67, I think Atkins was the cheapest that we got to redo that guardrail, and I think they're supposed to start one day this week on it, at 67. And Annie Wakey, the people at Annie Wakey, the golf course, and they're wanting to redo all their signs, stop signs, speed signs, curve signs to county standards. But some of the signs they got in there is 23 miles an hour. So, I mean, that's Commissioner Sanders' district, so I think it'd be best to either go 20 or either 25, if you decide to redo all the signs in there.
23.
23 is.
23, yeah, they got
That
off.
was what they came up with at that
Yeah.
time. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know. It was 17 or 23, and they didn't want 17, so they
Yeah.
took 23.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's kind of an odd number. 'Cause we don't have no roads in Franklin County 23 miles an hour that I know of. So, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. In terms of whether the county changes the speed limit signs, they may have the 23 mile an hour limit based on some private restriction, but those are public roads, so you would mark them at whatever the county would ordinarily mark such residential speed limits.
Correct.
Okay, just
So
want to make
that's
sure
why
you
they,
knew that.
correct, they wanted to go to county standards, that's
Okay.
right, so. But right now, they got it on 4x4 post and some kind of wooden signs they got up, so.
And Mr. Shooter, Mr. Chairman, you don't
Yes.
mind, do you?
No.
Mr. Shooter,
Yes, ma'am.
on our county roads, that brings up a question because myself and Mr. Morone was talking about it yesterday. All of our county roads, any sign that goes on there has to be approved through the county, right?
Yes.
Only the county should be installing
That's what I'm
signs on
saying.
county roads.
And I'm glad Howard brought this up because that, I was thinking at the last LVA, Lanark Village Association meeting, they brought up the subject of some signs that the area agency is paying for that they're gonna have. I don't know what kind of signs they are, said Lanark Village, I guess. But I want to reiterate to anybody that is watching this or whatever, you have to go to the county before you, erect any of those signs.
Correct.
Out there. So I'm glad that Howard brought that up because St. James Bay is not that far from Lanark
Yeah, correct.
and everything. But
Well, that's a bigger issue. There's several places in the county that people have deemed themselves being able to put up signs. There's still several in St. George Island that are up, that
Yeah.
people put up themselves. We've taken them down and they put them up again, but
Yeah, different signs, speed sign,
Yeah.
and yellow, greenish looking sign,
Yeah.
slow sign, so, correct.
yeah.
all right. Anyone have anything else for Mr. Neighbors?
I will say, Mr. Neighbors, Mr. Chairman, thank you for the ditches cleaning on 98. That's
Yes.
something that I know y'all go above and beyond on. It looked great. And I just want to give y'all kudos on that.
And I talked to Ray before we did it, and he said that they didn't know if they could get to it or not, so we went ahead and did it, for make it look good. And also you got them sidewalks there, which a lot of people walk in the evenings and the mornings, with grass growed all up, hanging over the sidewalk, so. And another thing on our mini excavator, we do I got a demo in, so we started on some ditches in East Point to see how that thing's gonna work, and I'll make sure that we like it before we get it.
That's a good deal. It's a real good deal. Yeah, and I will reiterate what Commissioner Ward said. Y'all did a really good job of making things look really good ahead of our Christmas parade we had in East Point
Yes.
last week, or last weekend, weekend before last. It looked really, really good. Thank y'all for everything you did.
Thank y'all, Commissioner.
I
And,
just had one item.
Right.
Merry Christmas, Howard, and tell the whole crew I said Merry Christmas.
I will, Merry Christmas to y'all and Happy New Year's,
Yeah.
and everybody be safe and stay warm, so.
Thank y'all for everything y'all do.
But
Howard.
that's some cold
Chairman,
weather.
It's gonna get cold, so I hope everybody's leaving the water dripping, so.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, before he walks away,
Yes.
a couple of items. Aaron wants to bring up about a new truck, and if Commissioner Amison doesn't mind, I'd like to go ahead and just bring up the Bluff Road issue, flooding issue after that.
Probably
Okay.
best time to do it.
Yeah, that way we don't keep them all the way through. the
Yeah, I'm
meeting.
glad you brought that truck up. I forgot all about the truck, so.
Yeah, Commissioners, item number 9 on my report
In 21-22, the road department was approved to purchase a new lowboy trailer and truck to pull the lowboy to use to transport heavy equipment. This purchase is to be paid from the capital outlay fund with annual payments from the department. As supply chain delays have impacted the county's ability to order heavy equipment, the road department has just now found a 2024 Kinsworth T880 tractor truck from a dealer with the Florida Sheriff's Association contract pricing, although production is still likely a year out. We are requesting board action to approve the attached $193,776 quote to purchase the new equipment hauling truck based upon pricing from the Florida Sheriff's Association for the Franklin County Road Department.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders,
Second.
second by Commissioner Ward. And this is something we decided a couple of years ago to do, and we're just now being able to get to it
That's correct.
because of supply chain issues.
That's correct. It will still be likely
Yeah.
a year even after we issue the purchase order.
Wow.
And actually, Fonda Davis is also having the same experience because we ordered 2 recycling hauling trucks, or actually the roll-off container trucks,
Mhm.
and those have still not showed up. So.
Wow.
And we done got the new trailer. We done got it, but I didn't know it was gonna be a year and a half before we could get the truck, so just that far out, I guess.
Maybe it'll come faster, but this is gonna lock in our price anyway, though,
Yeah,
correct?
yes, sir.
Okay. That's a good thing. Any more discussion before we vote? We do have a motion on the floor. Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
Mr. Chairman, item 3 of my report, sorry, the page is not numbered for some reason. I think Mrs. Bloodworth is here, I believe. Yes, she is. Mr. Al Stone is here, Howard. So a few meetings ago, Mr. Al Stone, he appeared to you this morning. He appeared at that meeting to discuss a flooding problem around Bluff Road, Sacagawea Trial intersection in the greater unincorporated Apalachicola area. Since that original discussion, there have been meetings, as Mr. Stone referenced earlier, and I won't mention all the names as he did already. As a result of those meetings, Commissioner Amison requested a proposal from Mr. Brown, Caleb Brown, Dewberry engineer, for conceptual design of drainage improvements for that area. Mr. Brown has submitted a not-to-exceed $10,000 task order to provide such a design. If additional services are required beyond the $10,000, an additional task order will be required. In your agenda packet, you have the task order and their hourly billing rates for your reference. So I need board action to authorize the chairman's signature on the not-to-exceed $10,000 task order for a conceptual design of drainage improvements for the Bluff Road and Sacagawea Trail intersection.
Pleasure of the board.
I don't know if Commissioner Amison had any more else to say besides before we.
No, you pretty much hit it. I mean, I asked Caleb to come in and take a look at it because the only options was to go down Bluff Road like me and you talked about, and that's, you know, I don't know if that's gonna be feasible. And the big thing here is I didn't wanna go and jump the gun and spend a bunch of money on something that wasn't gonna work. So that's why I called Caleb in. And really, the only way that I can see it, and I'm no expert in this, but is to go across Bluff Road, because the only other option would be to go down through the easement, which they have with the gentleman, and what he wanted, what was his, he wanted utilities for life or something like that.
Yes.
And the only problem with that is that just sets a precedent with, you know, future endeavors with the county and property owners, so. So I figured the best thing to do would be to get Caleb to give us something, give us an idea, because we can get across that road, that's all ours. We can dig.
And your ditch is right there, I mean, it ain't far on the fence.
Since they've cleared, you can see the ditch probably in 25 yards from the fence.
Correct.
So it wouldn't be a hard task to get that there, and it run down to Pendleton's ditch, are y'all familiar with? And then it'll be right on to the river.
Yep.
So,
But
I mean,
you got-
honestly, that's the best way I could see doing it, so that's why I'm calling Caleb.
You got sewer lines and water lines and a lot of different cables also runs on both sides of that road, if I ain't mistaken, but we need to see how deep we are, before we do cut that road into, and, you know, try to run it that way.
Well, that's what Caleb told me, we're gonna do a topographical, you know, to get the elevation and what, I mean, he had all kind of equipment that he was jawing off, and I don't do that. But in layman's terms, what he was talking about was putting like a culvert on this side, on the property owner side, and then once the water got, because that's a natural pond in there, I mean, you're not gonna, it's not gonna, we're never gonna be able to keep that pond completely dry. But what if we can get it, once it comes up to a certain level, put it over onto the airport property, which is ours, then that'll alleviate Ms. Fairclough from having her, shed knee-deep in water if we have another summer like we had.
Yeah, and we
this
did
past
look at Bay City,
Uh-huh.
and that's a half a mile before out drain that runs to the river. And then also you gotta lower probably 12, 15 different cover pipes. Would have to be dug up and lower because you'd have to deeper, dig your ditch deeper to drain that water, so.
Commissioner Anderson, in y'all's discussion, did Mr. Caleb say anything about instead of cutting the road, if it was able to bore under the road? I know it ain't gonna save you no money.
It's
potentially,
gonna, he was gonna come back with some options,
Okay.
and look at it, but we didn't get into the particulars of how that, we was gonna actually do it until he got all this together.
Yeah.
And, start checking it out. More than likely, we're gonna have to probably cut it.
Yeah, that's probably gonna be an 18-inch pipe,
Yeah,
I figure,
because
at least. So that would be
Big bore.
that would be yeah, correct.
Yeah, that way you can carry it on.
And then your road would still probably cave in from loosening that much dirt, so.
But you're also gonna have the other side, and we're waiting on some in East Point right now, that's the only reason I bring it up, where East Point Water and Sewer need to cut some roads, you have to let it lay for so many months before you come back and make the final smooth, so.
Correct.
There's potential there's gonna be a pretty big dip there, and I mean, it's all part of it, I'm not trying to say it's the wrong thing to do, I'm like you, Commissioner Anderson, I think the only way you're gonna solve this problem, and again, I'm no engineer, is to go back across the road.
That's correct. We'd probably have to get a contractor to do that because it's gonna have to be paved, so.
Yep.
And a lot of times when you cut a road in two, then you repave back over it, it ain't right, so.
Exactly.
It's
Well, it's
always
gonna
gonna be a
settle
rough
over
spot.
time. You usually have to do it twice, Mr.
Correct.
Allen.
That's
You have to
right.
come in and do it, and then, you know what I mean, and just lay more down, and you eventually get it where it's not a dip anymore.
Yeah.
Pleasure of the board. We haven't made a motion yet, have we? I didn't think we had.
You did.
I'll make a motion to approve,
Okay, motion to approve.
because it needs to be
Second.
done, I mean,
Yeah.
it's gotta be done.
No,
Motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Sanders. Any more discussion?
Was that the engineer's final decision, was to go under the road, or?
No.
No, this is to engage.
This is
the
to
engineer.
engage him so he can give you some options. you and
Okay,
Commissioner
okay,
Anderson. Yes.
correct, okay.
Any more discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
Don't run away yet. Let me just squeeze one more thing in. Commissioner Amerson also requested, the item 2 above it, requested a quote to place a new center line and 2 stop bars on Squire Road. Robertson Roberts provided a $2,590 quote for the Squire Road restriping. This will be a change order to the paving contract and will be paid from District 4's paving fund. Board action to authorize the change order for restriping Squire Road.
So move.
Motion to approve this change order by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Anderson. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
Now I'll let you go, Howard.
Yeah, I got one more thing too.
Oh, here we go.
We have the striping right here, we got the C-30 still, that we had put the stop sign or bars or ribbon strips up.
Yes.
But hopefully, first of the year, weather permitting, it dries up a little bit, we can get that done. We got everything to do it with, we just
Okay.
hadn't had the good enough weather to do it, so.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not trying to top Howard here, but one more thing. I promise, just one more thing. So, it's towards the end of my report. It's item 10, and this is just a quick thing. I just want to update the board, especially Commissioner Ward, Commissioner Sanders, Howard, Aaron, and I. We plan to meet first early in January to discuss the seasonal employee, the labor force, and to come back to you guys with probably some questions and some options.
Yep.
Because we're thinking, Howard and I talked,
Yeah.
we're thinking the hourly rate is going to be an issue. That's what's either going to get him, or they're just going to ignore our ads or not. That's
Yes.
one of the things.
Yes.
Kind of don't want to jump ahead of the discussion, but just want to let you guys know.
So, I will say this, since you're there though, a lot of different scenarios where I see people doing, any organization, but I see them doing like a temporary help. They're kind of like the state would call an OPS position. They don't have any benefits or anything else, so usually their hourly pay is a little bit higher.
Yes,
But they have no benefits, no insurance, no, you know what I mean?
Retirement.
yes.
So, Anyway.
And I will say,
Up there.
God bless you. I will say we will have to have a, what's the right word, a campaign to kind of explain to your staff members, your current, full-time, that the difference is the benefits. There's value to the benefits, and sometimes that's overlooked by your staff. So we have to kind of explain to them, yeah, these guys might be getting more per hour, but they're getting no benefits.
Right.
And so that's a message we have to get out there.
Right.
But
Well,
you-
I know the old adage, and I think Howard knows, that whatever you're hired at, the amount of money that you make, to me, it doesn't matter if I'm on a shovel handle, driving a truck, piece of equipment, or whatever, my pay is gonna be the same.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And that's where I come from. That's the way I look. A job is a job, and it pays X amount of dollars. So, anyway, I think the people at the road department understand that we're just trying to get something to make the work keep on.
Correct.
Or else you're gonna see some of the commissioners out there doing some of it.
Uh-oh.
Somebody's gonna have to be doing that,
I'm
that's for
not,
sure.
I'm not against, hey, Howard,
Oh,
you know
I
me.
know.
I
Commissioner
didn't get
Ward
you.
also, she's been out there,
Yeah.
won't know if she could get a weed eater and
I
get
think
some
Miss-
ditches
I
out
think
there.
Miss Jessica can too. Oh, yeah, hey, the only thing I cannot do is flag traffic, because Oscar always said, Cheryl, you hold up the traffic too much talking. So I cannot be a flagger, but I can be anything else.
There we go. Anything else, Mr. Howard?
I'm done for real now,
Okay, you're done for real, good. Mr. Howard, Merry Christmas to you and your crew, Happy New Year, thank y'all for everything you do,
Y'all commissioners,
we appreciate you.
y'all too, and thank y'all.
Yes, sir. Mr. Fonda Davis, Solid Waste Director.
Morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
I have two subjects here on my report. One gonna require action. The first one is the holiday schedule. We're gonna be closed December the 23rd on a Friday through Monday, December the 26th. Resume normal hours on Tuesday, December the 27th. Also, we'll be closed Friday, December the 30th through Monday, January the 2nd. Resume normal hours on January the 3rd. We have made some exceptions for the garbage contractors that's gonna need to dump before or during the holidays. Next item is gonna require action, baby SAP benefit. Ms. Kristen Willis has requested the use of Fort Coombs Armory here in Appalachia for a baby SAP benefit on Friday, January 27th and Saturday, January 28th. She'll be hosting a painting with a twist, and all proceeds will go to the SAP family for medical expense. I'm asking for board approval to allow her to use the building.
Pending, Commissioners, that it should be finished. If you see my report, I have from Mark that it should be finished. If it gets too close, like a week or so out, a couple of weeks out, then Fonda and I'll talk about an alternate location. But we
Okay.
think it'll be finished to have this benefit.
Okay. So should we do it contingent on that, or what do you guys?
Yeah, with that
think?
in mind, that's fine. Yes,
Okay.
contingent, knowing that it is ready for that particular type of use,
Okay.
to be used for that event.
Okay. So do we still need a motion and vote for that one action, correct?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Pleasure of the board.
So move.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Sanders. We have the armory up and operational. By this date, it'll be used for this event to benefit this family and this baby. Any more discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your support on that.
Anything else?
That's it.
All right. Is there anything on our, there you go. Go ahead, Ms. Griffin. I knew there was something else.
Law Director Davis is here. I'd like to go ahead and cover item number 7 on my report. Franklin County included the replacement of the scales at the landfill in the 22-23 capital outlay budget. The landfill will make payments from the department's budget over a 4-year period to the county's capital outlay fund to finance $202,207, and approximately $33,064 will be paid outright by the landfill tipping fee fund. County staff is requesting this purchase be authorized as a sole source procurement, as landfill scales require ongoing inspections, service, and maintenance. At this time, System Scales is the only provider and installer for Mettler-Toledo scale systems in our region and performs the scale inspections now, as prior vendor Fairbanks is no longer servicing this area. Per the county's procurement policy, excerpt pasted below, sole source procurement is possible when a department finds that only one source is available after attempts to find another source have been made and the only source fits the needs of the department. The modular scale house for the landfill is supposed to be delivered sometime in the next 60 days, and if the county can move forward with the purchase of the scales, this will also result in less downtime due to a separate installation window. Director Davis can elaborate on the lack of vendor options for scales due to our remote location. And we are requesting board action to approve the sole source procurement for the landfill scale system and proceed with the quote from System Scales.
So moved.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders, second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous. All right, anything else?
That's it for that item.
Mr. Davis, do you have anything else, sir?
Yeah, I just remember, Commissioner Ward, you asked about some documents on the barking dog case. I've been out, but I do have from text messages from the individual. I have them at the office.
Okay.
I'll get them to you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I've got something
Yes.
from Mr. Davis. Again, I guess another Amnesty Day was very successful. I got complimented on you and your department for it being so seamless and very easy to maneuver in and out. It was very organized. So thank you to you and your team for ensuring that went well.
Yes, ma'am. I'll let them know. Thank you.
Anything else? Have anything for Mr. Davis?
Well, I'm not running this meeting, but since you got Fonda, why don't you do the bow lights at the Vernon Park?
That's true.
Yep, we can do that.
Okay.
Right, Commissioner
You may
Sutton.
have a comment about it.
The next item is number 8 on my report. As part of the Hurricane Michael Assistance Grant from DEO, the aged and damaged ball field lights of Rumen Park are being replaced with energy-efficient, programmable, wind-rated sports lighting from Musco. The attached quote from Musco Sports Lighting is based upon Sourcewell contract pricing. Pursuant to the county's procurement policy, contract pricing through Sourcewell is a valid procurement method. The attached quote includes all equipment and the labor needed for removal, install, and required upgrades to the existing electrical supply panels for 3 180-foot radius baseball fields at the Rumen Park complex. Board action to approve the attached $358,000 quote based upon Sourcewell contract pricing and authorize the issuance of a purchase order to Musco Sports Lighting for the construction and installation of the lights.
So moved with comment.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward,
Second.
second by Commissioner Sanders. Commissioner Ward, go ahead with your discussion.
Mr. Chairman, when I saw this last night, and was going over my agenda packet for today to prepare, I was blown away at that cost. But it's grant funded. It's not the county's money. As we saw today, our future is the youth of this community. We have so much talent, and it would, when I first became commissioner, my passion was to try to get Vrooman Park fixed up a little bit, because it's small, but trying to fix it up as best I can for these youth to be able to have something to do with their time. So thank you, Aaron, for all of this, and thank you to my fellow commissioners for voting for all this, and thank you, Mr. Davis, for keeping it and fixing it up as best you can. So.
Thank you.
And I would like to also say thank you, because, look, so this Musco lighting is not like what we currently have. What we currently have lights up the sky. This will light up the playing surface. It is sports field lighting. It's not for lighting up, all of East Point or down at that end. It'll put the light where it needs to be. And, I'm sure it'll come with a lot more stuff to it and make it easier to manage and make sure it's off when it needs to be off, that kind of thing. That's another reason the price is kind of high. It's not just putting up lights and calling it a day. They're putting us a whole lighting system. So I just want to make sure the public was aware of that.
Can I comment?
Yes, ma'am, you can.
I think, I'm trying to be good, asking the chairman for me to talk, but.
That's the right way to do it.
But the Musco is the best.
Yes.
It is the best. Because I hope they have the computerized system like Kendrick Park does in Carabel, which needs to be turned off every night too, because I've been by there at midnight sometimes they've been on. But it is the best. You're not gonna have no problems with it. You're gonna be so happy with it, so happy. It is a little costly, but you get what you pay for.
That's right.
You know, and this is a grant, and it is about our people, and that's what it's about. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No problem. Any more discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous. Anything else?
I have something.
Yes, sir.
Which Commissioner Sanders touched on. The fields and the timing with the lights. Do we have timers on those lights?
We do.
Are they, has anybody went by and did a little check on that?
Well, we do, Commissioner. If a power outage or somebody that's going in and mess with the timers, you know, it throws it all off. But
just the county employees have access to those timer boxes, correct? Or have we?
Existing employees?
The commission, I mean, the county employees, they're the
Yes.
Parks and Recs. They're the ones that have.
That's correct. Yes, and then if you have people out there, they know how to get into the box. I mean, you know, you got high voltage, but I have seen people bend the door back enough to stick the hand up in there. So it's dangerous. Again, like Commissioner Sanders, Commissioner Ward was saying, that Musco lighting is very helpful, very good.
No, I understand that part. I'm just, you know, it's the same. You're getting complaints about the lights being
Yes.
on. And honestly, I mean, it's a waste of taxpayers' dollars, especially out there in my district when you've got that lit up at 10 o'clock. And there's nobody out. I mean, there's nobody out there past 8, really. And then I just happened to be coming through Carabel last night at about 8:15, and Kendrick Park was lit up like a Roman candle in there.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, you know, if we could get somebody to go back around and check those timers, it would probably save us a pretty good little bit of money too, as far as our Duke bill goes.
Right. I don't know why Kendrick Park is on, because like Commissioner Sanders said, it's on. All we got to do is call and tell them what days we want on. But just the quick as we turn them off at 8 o'clock, you're gonna have at least one person, you know, from past experience, one person gonna call and raise all kind of saying, and they go, well, I don't get off. All right, I need to 9 o'clock. I need to 10 o'clock. So, but you all tell me what I need to do, and I do it. I make it happen.
Basically, to be honest with you, you know, just because you and your son didn't get batting practice in before 10 o'clock, that doesn't mean the rest of the neighborhood's got to not, you know, they may have to work early or whatnot. We'll pass an ordinance, we'll cut a finger off if they go in that box.
You'll probably shock it out.
That's a joke, by the way. But you know, really though, we just need to set a time limit, and the community is just gonna have to adhere to it, because they're not having an organized team practice. And you know, and I know it, mostly what's happening is somebody wants to run and do a little batting practice, which I understand, I've been there. But there again, we have, you know, we have neighborhoods close to these parks, especially in my district and in Commissioner Ward's district. And that would be tremendous what they're getting over there with these lights, because that would alleviate a problem everywhere in the county. That's you know, the big complaints that we've had in the past as far as the lighting goes. So that's a plus with that too. But if you don't mind, could you get somebody to go around and just check those out and whatnot?
I'll do it.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Do you want a certain hour you want them off?
I'm sorry?
Certain hour? You want to do that for me?
I do believe we need to come with winter hours, summer hours, kind of like we do with other stuff. I don't know what that would be, because I haven't thought about it, but I do agree with that. And maybe what we need to do to help alleviate some of this problem is put lights at the batting cages that are not the lights up in the air, but just lights at the batting cages can be turned on and off with a switch. That'd be a whole lot less than it would be having all the lights on at the ballpark. Just a thought.
Also going to recommend, find after the Christmas season, let's get with our alarm person, Vector Security. They have a lot of automated stuff that they can add to existing systems.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe we could convert what's out there to something, you know, that you can control by your phone, even though it's not Musco lights, get me wrong, but still, how about we do that after the season, in early January? We got a meeting with him and take him out there. Okay? They're pretty
That'll
good.
work.
Stone is pretty good about stuff like that.
Okay.
That might help everything.
So in
you
the
know.
meantime, will 8 o'clock be good?
8
I
o'clock
think
sounds
it's dark
wonderful
about
to me.
6.
I don't know about the rest of
Yeah,
mine.
It is
around
good, because
8
it's
o'clock.
dark at 6 o'clock.
Yeah,
For the winter time, anyway.
That sounds good.
8 o'clock be good, okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir,
Yes, sir.
thank you.
Mr. Chairman, before Fonda walks away, if that discussion is over, I might as well add one thing. I'll get my report done before 10 o'clock. Look at that. Item 4, on my report, the Armory, I might as well bring that item up, Fonda, because you guys will be pretty much getting close to taking that over. The following is Mark Curington's update on the Armory project. The State Fire Marshal is scheduled to do their inspection today. And then on Thursday, the architects are scheduled to have their inspection. There'll probably be a few items from the punch list to finish up after the 22nd, after Thursday's inspection. But he feels confident that the project will be completed by the end of January. Based on Mr. Curington's report, is the board now willing to allow staff to start accepting reservations for events in March at the Armory, with the exception of the fundraiser that Mr. Davis brought up?
I think so.
We could start this process as early as January 16th, accepting reservations. We already have the process almost down in place. Courtney will train Melissa, and we should be good to go.
Can I
If
ask
the
a
board-
question?
Yes, sir.
Why don't we wait, if the process of, it could potentially be available in January, why are we saying we're gonna wait until March to accept the reservation?
Because my brain is wired that way, and I always
Okay.
like a cushion, to be very honest with you. Just in case something runs over into early February or something like that, just in case. Since the punch list, I have no idea what the punch list is going to be, Mr. Chairman, so, but it's up to you. We could start.
Well, we gotta hear back from them anyway, so.
Yeah, we could start early February if you like. I mean, you could say March today, and then we could change it after we
Okay.
hear the
Just
final
wondering.
report.
Mr. Chairman, I've got a suggestion. Why don't we just wait to get the punch list on the 22nd and go from there?
We'll do it on January 3rd, bring us
Yeah, I
back up?
mean, yeah, because we don't
Okay.
know what their punch list is gonna be. Is it gonna be a short list, long list?
Okay.
I think that's gonna probably determine how fast they're gonna have it ready for events, correct?
I agree,
Yep, it
I
will.
agree with.
Okay.
Let's do that,
Let's table this until then.
as long as it's okay with the other board members.
Yep, I'm good with that.
Okay, I'll table it until the 3rd, Commissioners.
Anything else?
That's it, I'm sorry, that's it. Just making a note.
Mr. Davis, Merry Christmas to you and your crew. Happy New Year. Thank y'all for everything you do.
Yes.
Please
Thank-
make sure and communicate that to them as well.
Will do. Thank you all for your
Yes, sir.
support. Merry Christmas
Yep.
and Happy New Year.
Yes, sir.
And my prayers are with y'all in the recent loss.
Yes.
Y'all-
Yeah.
so- And but Merry Christmas, and y'all have a great time.
Actually,
you.
Fonda, I mean, yes, we all are, because you have a loss at home, you had a work family loss, and a church
Yeah,
family,
Yeah.
3 separate ones, so.
Yeah.
My heart goes out to you.
Yeah.
thanks.
Thank you,
Again,
sir.
if you need anything.
Okay.
All right. Up next, Ms. Pam Burnell, Emergency Management Director.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning, Jennifer.
How are y'all doing?
Doing well.
We do not have any action items this morning.
Okay.
Pam cannot be here. She's taking the little bit of time she has left before retirement off.
All right. Anyone have any questions or concerns for Director Daniels? Jennifer, thank y'all for everything you do.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and try to relax as much as you can, because we don't know what next year holds.
Exactly.
So thank you for everything.
Merry Christmas.
Thank y'all. Merry Christmas. to
Jen, it's
y'all
gonna be
too.
cold this weekend, sister.
Yes,
Get ready.
we're calling for the teens here. Mr. Eric Lovestrand,
Good morning, Commissioners.
good morning.
I don't have any action items for you today.
Okay, anyone have anything for Mr. Lovestrand? Mr. Eric, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you and your staff, your group that works here at the IFAS office in Franklin County. We appreciate everything you do, even though it's kind of spread and people don't always know about it. You are in the school, you're involved in a lot of things, and we do appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioners. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you and all of your families.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas, Eric.
Thank you.
Mr. DeWitt Polis, Mosquito Control Director.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
No action items. You do have my report on the ditch maintenance program.
Okay.
And just to make everybody aware that, normally we start on the east end of the county and work our way back to the west.
Okay.
Same issues, short of inmates and my one full-time person that I have has been out sick several times. So we're making our way to the west.
Thank, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Thank you, DeWitt, for doing some of those ditches out there at Lanark. They haven't been done in a while, some of them on the back part of it.
Yeah.
But anyway, thank you for that, because it'll pay off in the long run.
We've been working pretty close with some of the homeowners off of Oak Street that's called and want some additional work done, a little farther than we normally do. And of course, we do everything we can to work with them, but yeah.
And what everybody has to remember is, just like with the road department and solid waste, he has problems with getting inmates too.
Yes.
So he has to get it when he can,
So, Commissioners, I will involve you with next week when we meet with, Aaron and I meet with Buster.
Yes,
Or
yes.
Howard.
Yes,
Howard, yeah.
yes, you need to.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, is there any chance, Mr. Polis, that it's supposed to get really cold this weekend? Will that maybe help us out on the mosquito front?
It will for 2 or 3 days. That it's really cold. I've shared with you commissioners in the past, normally if it's below 60 degrees, we don't have a lot of movement or activity. They're still there,
Okay.
but they just don't move. When it gets above 60, there has been times in the winter that we've almost, activated the trucks again.
Wow.
But we get enough cool down. So, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I never knew that in December we'd be mowing grass and having to deal with mosquitoes,
Yep.
but here we are.
Yep.
Welcome to Florida.
Yep.
One string to the other.
Mr. Polis, thank you for everything y'all do, and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Thank y'all, Commissioners. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year to you.
Mr. John Solomon, TDC Administrator.
Good morning, Commissioners. John Solomon, TDC Administration. I had 3 informational items on you for you today. The September 22 collections was $236,109.18. That's the highest collections month of September ever. The 2022-23 end of fiscal year collections, which of course end September 31st, were $3,480,276. That's an increase of $1,022,027 over the fiscal year of 21 and 22. Also, just another bit of tourism news, but it also goes along with the chamber. Our barbecue event that we hold in January, the Food Network is actually going to be filming an upcoming series at that event, and it was set to air in July of 2023, so that'll be some really good advertising for the community. We also have a couple of magazines that's actually caught wind of it as well, and they will be sending writers down during that time to do stories on Franklin County and the culinary scene in Franklin County for that weekend. Of course, I guess a little bit of add-on bonus doesn't hurt at all. So
good. That's good. Anyone have anything for Mr. Solomon while he's here? Mr. Morone? We'll go ahead and handle number 1 on your.
Oh, I sure do. I'm sorry, I got caught up with somebody else that wants to speak. Item number 1 on my report, at an earlier meeting while discussing the increase to the TDC admin contract, Commissioner Lockley requested expense information based on the increase to the contract. Mr. Solomon, the TDC administrator, informed me that he met with Commissioner Lockley and they discussed the expenses incurred by the chamber to administer the TDC. And after that discussion, Commissioner Lockley expressed his satisfaction. With that said, is the board ready to authorize the chairman to sign the TDC administration contract? Please say yes.
Were we supposed to go out for bids on that contract?
The
Did we
admin-
go out, the admin contract?
No, the board had agreed earlier that they would issue, they would do 2 years and then they will go out for bid on the admin contract. I think they do 3 in the vendors, yes, 3 in the vendors, 2 in the admin, and then we go out for contract. Every other year, you'll be going out for contracts for each, for the, because we try to space them so they were opposite years.
They stagger.
Staggered. Thank you for that word, sir.
Yes.
As long as everybody's treated right.
Yes.
All the way down the board.
Pleasure of the board.
So move.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward.
I'll second.
We have a second by Commissioner Anderson. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous. Anything else, sir? About
That's
TDC?
from my end. That's
Okay.
it for Mr. Solomon.
Ms. Solomon,
Just wish y'all a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
thank you. We do appreciate it. Merry Christmas to you and your staff. Thank y'all for everything you do. You know, we don't do this often, but I'm going to do it today. It has been a pleasure to serve with you on the TDC since I've been there. We both started together. We have moved the needle a little bit, I think, in a good direction. And I look forward to the new year because I know there's several projects we've talked about doing that we're going to move forward with. One of the things that's kind of hindered our TDC in the past is the amount of collections it's taken, and we're living in a different day, sir. And we just happened to be there at that time. It's not anything bad about the past, it's just a new time. But we need to turn that into things that benefit our residents. You know, the people are coming here, they're visiting, they're helping our economy, as it were, because let's face it, without tourism after Hurricane Michael, we're not doing a whole lot of nothing because the bay is closed, Torsten. But it has afforded us an opportunity to do some positive things for our residents, and I'm really excited to see those coming forward next year.
Yes, sir, as I am, and we all are as well, because, you know, we actually have the capital now to be able to do the things we've always wanted to
There you
do,
go.
but didn't have the funds to do it. You know, we
Right.
had just enough, and one project took the entirety of the budget each year. One thing I can say to y'all is, and I say it all the time to my staff and to the vendors, you know, when we have our meetings, just remember, when we go to bed at night, something we did today, put food on somebody's table, put a roof over somebody's head, put gas in the car for them to get to that job that people coming here help provide. That's what we do every day.
Well, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you and your staff. Commissioners, y'all want anything?
I just thank John. I give him a hard time all the time. He likes me to give him a hard time. You got to. You got to keep him honest. But,
She must have known my dad.
you know, hey, your dad and my dad was best friends for many years. But I have to say, you know, when the TDC was first formed back in the early to mid 2000s, people couldn't understand why we couldn't do anything for the local folks. But now through the years, the way it has transcended, you can do things for the local folks along with doing it for the tourists, because that's what it's there for, you know. And but anyway, we've done a lot of good stuff. There's a lot of people working because of that. So,
And just to echo Commissioner Jones's statement, you know, we've looked at it, you know, when we were going through, when we first started and looking at the funds of the projects that we wanted to do and the different things, even just the dredging assistance in East Point, you know, 4 or 5 years ago, that might not have been possible because we didn't have the funds allocated to be able to do that. And now having those funds being able to be allocated, and with this collection this year, those funds that we all are going to be able to use for those kind of projects is going to increase higher than it already is in this budget. So that's a positive.
well, and you know, we had a public hearing here. That's just to let y'all know. I know people get tired of it, but it teaches you something. And we had a public hearing here about some development that was going on many years ago, and everybody, and they said, well, they said they're not going to be bringing nothing in here. They're going to bring everything they need in here. They're not going to buy at the stores. They're not going to do this. And all we're going to be doing is doing the cleanup stuff. I had one lady, I was chairman of the board then, I had one lady raise her hand up. She came to the podium, she stated, I'll clean anybody's toilet for money. You know what I mean?
Amen.
So although everybody may not like jobs, somebody does, and it gives them money.
Yes, ma'am.
But that's something to think in. It's like you said, John.
Thank you for your time, sir. Merry Christmas.
Thank
Happy
y'all.
New
Y'all
Year.
have a happy new year.
Mr. Ted Mosteller, interim airport manager. And after this, if it's okay with the commission, we'll probably take a 5-minute recess and you can come back.
Good morning, Commissioners,
Good morning.
staff. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Yes, sir.
Don't have any particular action items this morning. However, I would like to bring it to your attention that we have a great need at the very moment for 60 by 60 corporate type hangars. And I'm working with John to try to make this happen. And I have at least 3 people with checks in hand says, I want that 60 by 60 hangar. So we're working on that. That about does it unless you have any questions with me. John will be picking up the slack here and telling you all about what's going on with the projects.
Anyone have any questions for Mr. Mosteller? Mr. Ted, thank you for everything you do. We wish you and your family a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Thank you and Merry Christmas, everyone.
Yes, sir.
Merry Christmas.
Let's take a 5-minute recess.
Hi, I'm Carol Landis. I'm a professional realtor in love with St. George Island. When my husband and I and our dogs moved here in 2002, it was the beginning of an adventure that has never grown old in a community that is amazing. If you're thinking about moving to St. George Island or investing in our world-class real estate, then this community will be as important to you as the sand and surf.
Well, Kara to me is much more than an agent. She's become a friend, and since we bought the house, we've needed work done, and she knows everybody there is that can help us with that.
One of the key elements for the historical growth and value of St. George Island real estate is the fact that it's a great place to vacation and to live. The beauty of the Gulf of Mexico with its white sand beaches and blue sky has always been a magnet for me. It was love at first sight. As your realtor, I can help educate you on the various aspects of buying and owning coastal properties. From taxes to coastal setback lines to where to find the best oysters, it's all part of being your realtor.
Too often our friends tell us of it being a hardship to buy a house, and the agent was gone as soon as the closing. We've had quite the opposite experience with Kara.
If you're looking to buy or sell real estate on St. George Island, I'd love to work with you. Please call or text me at 850-653-7753.
Welcome to Southern Charm at its finest. A brick walkway leads to the inviting front porch of this beautifully restored 3-bedroom, 2-bath coastal cottage in the heart of the historic district in Apalachicola. It boasts hardwood floors, high ceilings, crown molding, tongue and groove walls, a clawfoot tub, antique fireplaces, and a renovated chef's kitchen, and so many extras. It's just a short walk to the bay and a quick golf cart ride to downtown Apalachicola. An estate retreat in the heart of Apalachicola's historic district, built in European beauty, enlarged in 1907. 12-foot ceilings, double parlor, back-to-back fireplaces, original heart pine floors stained in ebony, substantial gourmet kitchen with steam convection oven. This graceful Queen Anne Victorian overlooks Lafayette Park and Apalachicola Bay in the heart of the historic district. It was impeccably renovated with cypress and heart pine, and this home was built in 1895 and also retains its original floors, cypress walls, and ceilings.
We're your coastal real estate experts. Call us.
We understand that managing a healthy lifestyle while balancing life's other demands can be challenging at times. So the Florida Department of Health in Franklin County is dedicated to supporting you as you take care of your health. We offer many resources and services, including, but not limited to, COVID-19 vaccines, breast and cervical cancer screenings, tobacco prevention and cessation education, and information on heart health, nutrition, and physical activity.
Maintaining a healthy lifestyle can help to prevent chronic conditions like heart disease and stroke, diabetes, COPD, and obesity. Healthy lifestyle changes can also help you maintain a healthy immune system. Tips to good health include eating a healthy diet, being physically active, avoiding tobacco and excessive alcohol, managing stress effectively, getting enough sleep, and seeing your medical provider for routine checkups.
To find out more about how we can help you maintain a healthier lifestyle, please visit franklin.floridahealth.gov or call 850-653-2111.
Remember when vacations were peaceful and relaxing? They still can be. Let us show you. Visit Florida's Forgotten Coast, the Florida you remember.
Fisherman's Choice Bait and Tackle has all you need for your day of fishing. They have fresh and saltwater bait, an unmatched selection of mirror lures, and a wide selection of Berkley Gulp, plus fresh and live bait and all the rigs and tackle you need for a great day of fishing, including brands like Penn and Shimano. They are also the only bait and tackle shop in Franklin County where you can get a fishing license. And don't miss their wide selection of marine supplies, coolers, and more. Fisherman's Choice is located at 330 Highway 98 in East Point.
Franklin County Board of County Commissioners now back in session. We're going to skip up on our agenda a little bit, and we're going to go to item 15. Ms. Lisa Bretz, Executive Director, Area Agencies on Aging. We're talking about the Carabel Senior Site this morning, getting an update. Good morning, Ms. Lisa. Go ahead.
My headphones, sorry, I wouldn't make a decision.
Good morning, Chairman Jones, Commissioners. Thank you for inviting me today.
Yes, ma'am.
I think you have some questions based on a letter I sent you regarding our Carabel site.
Yes, ma'am. I think my biggest question, I don't know about the rest of the board, was I understand, after reading the letter, I understand some of what you guys are looking at. I truly do. I think my biggest thing was, looking like a decision was made in October, and we found out in December about something that we had just discussed, and this is just me, I'm one of 5, that we had discussed in June as a part of our normal budget process and approved in September. But, it would just been nice to be told or informed, I guess, instead of hearing after decisions had been made, I guess was my only issue with that. I do understand, I read the letter, read everything about it, I understand what you're saying, what you guys are up against, as far as the number of meals and the building that's needing seemingly extensive repairs. There are several things, and everybody has the same issue. We all do what we can pay for and what we can cover. So that I understand, but that was my biggest reaction, was just like, well, shouldn't we have been made aware of it, I guess was my thing.
Okay, so I will go back to October. It was our October board meeting. And we had received notice from our insurance carrier that they wanted some extensive work done on the building before they would renew our insurance. And then in addition to that, if we had made those changes, they were still going to substantially increase our insurance rates. As you know, everybody's insurance rates have gone up this year. My board agreed that we could look to find another organization to take over the deed of the building. The meals, the money that is allocated to Liberty County Senior Citizen Center for meals is not for the site. It's for the provision of the meals to help sustain and expand our meal program. So the assurance that we have is that clients are not going to not be served. We needed to work out with another provider before we could even determine if we were going to indeed either relocate or not have that meal site in Carabel at all. As you're aware, there's a beautiful senior center across the street from where our building has sat. I do not know to this day why we have never transferred the meal site back to the senior center. I don't have any relationship with the board over there other than to maintain the memorandum of agreement for the $15,000 a year that the county awards them. So it's not that we didn't even have an alternate site, we just don't have cooperation from that board. When we started looking for alternate providers, ECCC, the Elder Care Community Council, is another one of the organizations that you already fund at a level of $10,000. They have expressed interest, and I know Commissioner Lockley would be the one to recall, but in Apalachicola, the Holy Family Center is where ECCC conducts their meal site. They provide holiday meals. They reach out through volunteers to meet unmet needs for the individuals living in Apalachicola, St. George Island, and East Point. And then Liberty County Senior Center, the rest of the funding from the county helps go towards the 10% match that they must have to provide the in-home services through the Community Care for the Elderly program and to maintain operations of the Older Americans Act in Franklin County. Our board did not have a say in us relocating. They didn't set any, precursors, prerequisites, expectations, other than the expectation that we assured them was those individuals will be provided access to the program. We've offered transportation. We've offered the opportunity for them to receive home delivered meals if they did not want to come over to Apalachicola. So we did put measures in place, but I did not know until probably 2 weeks ago that ECCC had agreed to sign a subcontract with Liberty County.
Okay, sounds good. I don't know if it's appropriate, but because there's such it's not a quick turnaround time, but Ms. Lisa, it might be something that could be used or useful to you guys as another tool of collaboration, is to try to talk with some of them at our Gulf Franklin Transportation Disadvantage Program. I'm sure most of these residents that we're doing our best to serve would fall under that criteria. So
Yes.
if there is anything, I think the only hindrance would be it's not a quick turnaround. You don't call them today and they pick you up tomorrow morning. They're usually scheduled a couple of days out, but it might be something else that would be useful to what you're facing as you guys are doing your best to meet the needs of our residents, and we're all
Yes.
together on that.
And Mr. Chairman, Liberty County and ECCC have both indicated that they were looking into the most affordable transportation option. Locally, I believe it was Michael Moran who was able to get us a vehicle.
There we lost her.
To transport Carabel. That vehicle is sadly seeing its last leg. So I do appreciate the recommendation and want to acknowledge to you that they are looking into other options.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions for Ms. Lisa?
Mr. Chairman, I do.
All
Ms.
right.
Bretz, this is Commissioner Ward. I spoke to you on the phone a couple weeks ago, and I'm going to reiterate or echo the chairman's concern was, in October we knew about this, and 2 weeks before Christmas we were trying to scramble around. I understand, like you said in the letter and everything, the reasoning behind it, but I just wanted to emphasize that they were supposed to be closed on the 31st, and then when I met with Ms. Shiver, all of a sudden they're supposed to be out by the 20th. So I don't know if my meeting with her upped that or not, and if it did, I apologize for that, but I was just trying to get some information because I'm trying to figure out how this works. But again, like I said, moving forward, and like I talked to you over the phone, the biggest thing is to get with your board to see potentially, hypothetically, this building to a nonprofit such as a county or the city. And I do appreciate y'all looking into that so that we can look into doing something like that. So thank you for that. But like I said, I wish we would have kind of known sooner so we could not be cramped with time or short on time trying to get something done.
Well, I appreciate where you're coming from. However, I was kind of blindsided by the insurance notice as well. And I do have a board that only meets, we're not meeting monthly. So like I said, my responsibility to my board was the building. Everything else is a responsibility of Liberty County senior citizens to coordinate a meal program.
And Ms. Bretz, if you don't mind, when is y'all's next board meeting?
We will have a regularly scheduled meeting in February. All right, we have an annual board meeting that's a non-business meeting in January.
Thank you.
And those will be advertised, and I'll be sure to let Michael know what our schedule is.
All right, anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, I was going to bring up something else too.
Yep.
I was actually going to try to contact, because everybody has a board. I was actually going to try to contact one of the board of directors, but I see that Franklin County doesn't have a representative. I was told, and I don't know if this is true, that she had stepped down recently. I believe it was Nancy Burke.
Brush.
Okay,
Yes.
sorry.
And I have, and I'm glad you mentioned that, because I would love to have a nomination from the county to fill that seat. I do have an advisory council member, and that is Val. Oh my gosh, I just lost her last name.
Webb.
Yes, Val Webb. But she is, because she is going to become a subcontractor, she would not be eligible to move up to our board.
That's something maybe we can look into, try to get someone on the board.
Yeah, probably at the next meeting,
Yeah.
I'll get with Lisa so I can see what is required and have you guys appoint somebody, or we start to look for someone.
That would be,
The question I'd like to ask, whether Lisa or whoever, was the Franklin County representative at the board meeting when they made the decision to close this up? Do you know, Lisa?
I'm sorry?
Was the Franklin County representative on this board?
She had already resigned her position.
She'd already resigned. All I would say, because I'm not going to sit here and argue with Lisa Brett, we've been here before, and I'm not going to do that. What I would do is I would suggest to the county commission that let's work to see what we can do about working with the city of Carabel to acquire this building, and maybe help some funding in there to take care of whoever wants to come to that building. I don't think it needs to be mandatory or made that this is the only place, Apalachicola is the only place that they can come to. I think that they ought to have the ability to have services near where they live at, near their home, because some of these folks are pretty elderly. And that's where I'm just coming from. I would like to see us have talks with the city of Carabel, our attorney, with whoever we have to get with the building, and let's see what we can do with the city of Carabel to come in as a joint effort to do something like this. And then whatever monies that we were appropriating through Elder Affairs or whatever to that building, let's take that amount of money and put it into the building. And then do it.
Okay.
Mr. Sanders, if I might, or Chairman, if I might.
Yes.
It's not that simple, Commissioner Sanders. That's not how we've allocated the money. We've allocated the money towards the cost of providing meals at that meal site. When we're providing 2 to 3 meals, that's the kind of money you're talking about transferring over. And when I spoke to Commissioner Ward week before last, I indicated to her we could make arrangements to still provide the meal. It's sustaining the operations that is just not it's cost prohibitive. You would still have to have the building inspected, and you would have to make those repairs. But I will tell you, Apalachicola would not have even been served today if it weren't for a volunteer group coming together. So our only meal site prior was in Carabel, 5 clients being served for the entire county, and demographics shows that the greatest need is in Apalachicola.
Well, my comment to that is, this is not about meals. This is about people coming together, sitting there and enjoying life, doing their little educational things, doing their little crafts, and being together. And this is what it's about. And if I can help people do that, I'm going to do it. And I'm not reflective of anybody or anything. I just feel like it's a doable thing that we work with the city of Carabel, and I know the city of Carabel has sent you a letter in support of whatever this county wants to do.
Yes, they have.
And so that's what we will do.
So, Mr. Chairman, if what I will do is kind of get a clearer understanding with Lisa of the requirements to have a building for the funding, et cetera.
Yes.
I will also, I'm asking you and Commissioner Ward this, would you want me to start looking for something in East Point also, in that area? I mean, do you think there's enough seniors there to,
Well, at the end of the day, that's kind of been left out of the whole discussion, to be honest with you. I mean, we have had historically a place for seniors in Carabel and seniors in Appalachia, but nobody in East Point's been complaining, saying, hey, or on the island, either one, saying, hey, we're having to go to Appalachia to be served, or to Carabel, or, I think we need to get all this behind us so we can try to address that.
Well,
that's what I told you at the beginning when we started talking about it.
Yes, so Carabel would be a learning lesson from that. We kind of duplicate whatever needs to be done, and we get with whoever, Lisa, whomever we need to, and then we start working at one in East Point also, and we go from there. We
And it might just be something that certain days of the week, Michael.
Yes.
I'm not trying to set the bar
Yes,
so
I hear you.
crazy that, you know what I mean?
Yes.
But just something's better than nothing.
I hear you.
Well, and that's what I was thinking to say. It may be that you only can do 2 to 3 days instead of 5 days.
Yes.
We'll
Yes,
just
Joe.
see.
At any of the locations,
Mr.
basically.
Mr. Chairman?
Hold on just a second, Ms. Lisa.
Another thing you look at too is if you get that established in Carabel, a lot of those East Point residents that's coming to Apalachicola is going to go to Carabel.
Yeah.
You know, you'll lose some of the Appalach that'll go that way.
Yeah.
I mean, it's always been a kind of a trend, you know.
It has.
Yes.
Well, Mr. Chairman, the problem is a lot of people in Carabel don't want to commute. They don't have transportation to commute. And again, it's all about the camaraderie and the fellowship and the getting together there. So, Ms. Lisa, I'm sorry, did you have something, Mr. Chairman?
Yep, go ahead, Ms. Lisa, sorry.
I wanted to encourage you to please reach out to ECCC. They do serve East Point. They do serve St. George Island, where those areas were not being reached before. I would request that you meet with them. They are a volunteer-based program. They started from grassroots.
Yep.
I think that they would be more than happy to coordinate and cooperate with the commission to ensure that clients in Carabel as well as East Point do have access. And if we're looking for a location, honestly, where my hands are tied is I can't afford the upkeep of the building.
Yeah.
Even so, I don't want this to seem like we're not trying to cooperate with you. My main responsibility in all of this is to ensure that there is access to the program.
Right.
So I have done my due diligence with my contractor, but please understand, I'm happy to work with the commission in any way that I can. I do believe ECCC is a significant asset to the community.
Yes, ma'am.
And commissioners, and Lisa, I have. So we have a meeting scheduled. They were, a lot of the people to meet with ECCC is out of town because of the holidays. So they've already committed to me as soon as they all get back. Early January, we have a meeting set up to discuss the role. The one question I have, Lisa, is so why, it sounds complicated, why would Liberty County need to subcontract with ECCC? Why couldn't ECCC just contract directly with your agency?
Because they have not, they did not submit a response to our request for a proposal that was issued last. So this is my opportunity to try to get a homegrown Meals on Wheels program. Again, my heart is in the meals programs being within the county that is sponsoring them. It's easier to raise funds for people to feed people than it is to say we need your support to try to provide home care services when we're compared to home health agencies, we're compared to other home providers, and it is my wish that we have a local provider. So it was my recommendation that the two organizations get together to see if they could work something out.
So
if they're successful, then I will issue another RFP and give them the opportunity to bid on the program.
That was my next question. If they are and they meet all the qualifications, will you allow them to bid on the program and encourage them and help them in any way?
Yes, sir, and I would up the time for the RFP. I don't have to wait 6 years to issue it.
That works. Thank you.
Any more questions for Ms. Lisa? Ms. Lisa, thank you for your time. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. I think we've gotten some valid information and had a chance to kind of hash a couple of things out this morning. Looking forward to, as we get into a new year, to seeing us continue to meet needs of our elderly residents in Franklin County to the best of our ability with Meals on Wheels and with places for them to congregate and be able to have community together. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Happy holidays.
Mr. John Collins, AFCON Airport updates. You're up next, sir.
Good morning. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. And I did want to extend a special hello to Commissioner Sanders and Commissioner Amison. Congratulations on your election last cycle, and glad to see you here this morning. I just thought, since this is the last board meeting of the year, just want to provide just a brief update on what we've accomplished at the airport this year and what we have coming on what we can expect over the next year. First of all, we did complete a complete replacement of the runway lighting system for runway 624. All the edge lights, the end lights, all the directional signs, those are all replaced with brand new LED fixtures, which are 40% more energy efficient than what was used before. And so, it'll ultimately reduce the electrical power, the power bill for the airport. So, and also the light fixtures they last a lot longer than the old incandescent fixtures. So hopefully the airport will not need to replace those lights as often as they used to. A second, in 2022, we were able to complete the airport master plan update. We worked with you and city staff and county staff on developing a 20-year master plan for the airport that included an 8,000-foot runway for future, cargo operations. Or if there's a tenant who needs, additional runway length, that is on the plan. All 3 runways are open for the foreseeable future. The FAA and DOT both approved this plan, so that is behind us now, and that is a requirement. In order to receive FAA and DOT funds, you have to have a current master plan on file with both agencies, so that's done, so that's not going to be an issue for a while. Thirdly, I'm listing this as a job that was completed in this year. Is we're currently removing 22 acres of trees on the north end of the airport to clear the approach for runway 18. That was an item that was identified by the FDOT during their inspection this year, and we were able to coordinate FDOT funds to clear 22 acres of trees on the north end of 18. And the contractor, spoke with him yesterday. I was with him on site last week, and he did say he'll be done on Thursday of this week. And so we've already contacted the FDOT to do reinspection. That is on January 4th. FDOT will be on site to confirm that those trees are removed and open up all operations on runway 18 back to traffic. Ongoing projects, we have a few. The first one is the apron rehabilitation project. As you're aware, this is an old World War II airport, and there's a lot of concrete pavement at the airport. And so part of this program at the airport to keep it viable is to just over time routinely rehabilitate the concrete pavement, which means crack repair, removing and replacing the joint sealant between all the slabs, replacing slabs that are just damaged beyond repair. It's a sizable project, about $1.3 million project, 100% funded by the DOT, and we're focusing that work on the apron in front of the FBO building, the one that has the highest use. And it's a pretty considerable area that we'll be able to rehab. So we're planning on starting work January of this year and being complete by June of this year. Second, we do have a stormwater improvement project that we just reviewed 60% design drawings with the county last week. And there's 3 parts. One is where there's an existing drainage swale on the north end of the airport that appears to be obstructed. And it's just from decades of growth growing up in this swale. And there does appear to be some flooding on the north end of the airport. So part of this project is to completely clear out that swales to get the water off airport property as soon as possible when you do have a rain. So that's the first part of the stormwater project. Second part is there's several stormwater inlets on the front of the T-hangar area at the airport that when they were constructed, they weren't sealed very well with the pipes coming into them. And so over time, dirt and water is flowing through those joints, and it's causing the pavement around those structures to sink. And so it's not a safe condition for pilots out there. So part of this fund is going to be used to repair those inlets and redo the pavement around those inlets. Lastly, with whatever's money is available, we're going to replace part of the old World War II stormwater infrastructure in the infield area out on the airfields. That's kind of a project that's, whenever we have money available, we go ahead and replace additional pipe runs and structures. It's just something that's needed on a facility like this to make sure that we don't have huge potholes open up on the infield area. Then it becomes a lot more expensive to replace. The schedule in this project will likely go out for bid spring of this year with completion before the end of 2023. Now lastly, as far as current projects go, we were supposed to be opening bids today for the new fuel farm at the airport. This county procured just over $1 million from Triumph to replace the existing fuel farm. It's reached the end of its useful life and needs to be replaced. And we bid the project already back in July, and we did not receive any bids at that time. Since then, we reached out to 4 different bid contractors who do this work. We're familiar with them, and asked them if they'd be interested. They said they would, and so we rebid the project, and bids are due last Friday, and we still did not receive any bids. I reached out to all 4 of the contractors and asked them, look, why didn't you submit bids? What can we do differently to get you interested in this project? 3 out of the 4 did provide a response, and they said either they were just too busy, it's this time of year, they just weren't able to pull their prices together. One contractor was still waiting on electrical and fencing prices from his subs. However, I did speak with one of the 4. I spoke with the president of the company, and he assured me that if we bid this again, he would absolutely submit. He will make sure that they will bid this project. So at this point, with the funding agency, we have to have bids. We can't just go to somebody and say build it and give us a price to do it. So my recommendation to the board is to re-advertise this project as early January, whenever we can get the newspaper and get it advertised. Go through it one more time. Again, I did have a commitment from one company. The president of the company, he said, we're sorry we did not we did not get around to this time. However, we will bid it. We are interested if you go back on the street. So I did want to ask you this morning your thoughts on rebidding this project, and if so, we can get this on the street for another 30-day period.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. Mr. Collins, the fuel farm, is there I know this is grant money, correct?
Correct, yes.
Is there a limit of time? Is this a time-sensitive issue?
We talked about this last week, and we recommended that the county reach out to Triumph and just update them, because again, we were out for bid in July, trying to get bids in July, and there's been a quiet process until now. I will also add to this, the contractors the people I spoke with this week said that part of their challenge on bidding this project is just the remote. It's tough to get to Apalachicola. It's tough to find, in their words, it's tough to find qualified contractors to do the work, and so it's creating a challenge for them. And their specialty, they do specialty type work. But yes, I would certainly reach out to Triumph and make sure that they're aware of what we've gone through, what our next step is, and if we may need to request a 6-month extension or so on the project to make sure we can complete it within the grant deadline.
Commissioners, John and I did talk about it yesterday. I plan after today's meeting to reach out to Susan Skelton and let her know what's going on and what we need to do. And then the next meeting, if board action is required from Triumph, we'll do whatever needs to be done to extend this. And I support John with going out. Well, this is like Island View all over again, in FEMA.
Well, Mr. Chairman, it just seems to me that a lot of times, and this is not just the fuel farm, and this is not against you, Mr. Collins, it seems like that nobody apparently wants to go and bid on any project. I know that Franklin County, I use the term redheaded stepchild, no offense, Attorney Schuler, but
I am one.
But the problem is, if especially with time-sensitive issues, I don't know if we need to come up with a better plan. I don't know what to do, but especially with these time-sensitive issues, it puts us in a predicament, because we've got time-sensitive issues. We need to get this stuff done, but yet we're not getting the bids.
Right.
We don't have to get an extension and then get an extension and go up for bids, and that's advertising costs to the paper and everywhere else. And
let me add this. We did have a discussion with one of the bidders during the bid period, and he asked, because I went to all these guys and said, look, bids are due this date. Do you have any questions? Just really trying to get these guys to bid the project. And one guy came back and said, look, I need 2 extra weeks because I'm still waiting on this price and this price and this price. If you can give me 2, because bids were due on December 2nd, I believe. And so based on my discussion with him and talk to Michael and Aaron, we agreed, there's no harm at this point in extending it 2 more weeks if we can get this guy to bid it. And we did that, and he still didn't submit a bid. And his response when I asked him about it, he said, well, I'm sorry, we're just so busy we couldn't do it. So it's just...
To quote Aaron, it's like Franklin County is the cul-de-sac of the Panhandle, so we're the furthest away from everybody.
I'll add this too. I will say that we have been seeing this similar challenge. It's not just Apalachicola. There's so much construction work going on. Tallahassee, Pensacola, Panama City. There's so much work happening. Contractors, they do get to go pick and choose what they go after because they only have a certain bonding capacity. They cannot legally enter into contracts above a certain amount depending on the size of their firm. And so they have to be very picky. Plus, as you know, construction prices have gone up. And so that reduces the number of projects that these companies can bond. So there's a lot of factors here, but I do feel I will tell you, is MDM Contractors is the one firm I had a great conversation with yesterday. Spoke with the company's president, and he's I feel good about this. You know, again, that's take that for whatever it's worth. But I don't think we're wasting our time with this if we do go out and rebid it. But again, we have to.
We do have to, and we do actually file quarterly progress reports with Triumph. So, this conversation and, everything that happens today will be reported to them by the end of the year.
So what Mr. Collins is speaking of is actually on your report, isn't it? It's on a report.
That one is not, but I do have another bid rejection and re-advertisement request. So, so yeah, very similar.
But we need to do something with the fuel farm first.
Yes, we need permission to re-advertise.
Okay.
Right.
Pleasure of the board.
So move.
Have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward.
I second.
Second by Commissioner Amison. We're going to re-advertise the bids for the fuel farm project at the Apalachicola Airport. Any discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Collins, for reaching out and doing your due diligence and trying to contact them back and trying to get them to submit a bid, but I mean, can't lead a horse to water, can't make them drink it.
Yeah, it's not like a regular road project. This is, the contractor has to have a certain license in order to install fuel farms in Florida. And, so that by itself kind of brings down the number of contractors that could even bid the project. So we'll get there. I feel, I mean, third time's a charm. I do feel good about this. I think we can, I think we can make this happen this go around. I know you have a long agenda. Real quick, coming up this year, we do have a new grant. It's a $400,000 grant to replace the roof. Well, let me take that back. It's to upgrade the roof for the FBO hangar. It's one of the largest hangars at the airport. It's been leaking for a long time. It's beyond its useful life. Ted's been fighting leaks for quite some time. We did get the DOT to agree. They don't typically, they don't fund replacing roofs, and they consider that typically the responsibility of the county. However, we are upgrading the roof from a screw-down roof to a standing seam roof. So it's a stronger roof. It will give you a longer life. And so because we're upgrading the roof, the DOT did agree to fund it. So we have a $400,000 grant coming in, really in the next 30 days. We should have that, and we can go ahead and put those documents together and get those bids in on the new roof. And then we do have a small project. We're replacing the airfield vault generator. It's a $100,000 grant from the DOT. Again, it's old diesel generator. It just needs to be replaced. And so again, these are things that we can get the DOT to pay 100% for. It's just one less thing the county has to worry about putting in your CIP program. So those are two projects two grants that we will be coordinating here very soon.
All right, good. Anything else, sir?
No, sir, not today.
Anyone have anything for Mr. Collins? Ms. Griffith, do you have anything else on your report, or Mr. Morone, that have to do with the airport while he's here?
I don't think so.
I don't believe so. We just had the bid opening for the fuel farm, and I believe.
Mr. Chairman, while we're on the airport, we discussed it briefly last meeting about reestablishing the airport board. I'd like to make a motion that we go ahead and advertise for that, so we can move into January, the first of the year, and get that set up. Because I know we've got contracts coming due don't we have a contract with Centric?
Yes, we're with the FAA.
That's right. That's right.
To give us that.
And whatnot. I'd just like to go ahead and get that board advertised and get people that's interested to come out. Let's apply for it, and let's start getting in that direction as far as organization. Because it's like Commissioner Ward said a while ago, we got a board for everything but the airport.
Yeah.
So.
Now, what I didn't, because at the last meeting I did promise to try and meet with everybody before, so that I could kind of bring back what all the commissioners, because some commissioners wanted to be split half and half, economic development, half airport.
Well, we're here now. Let's talk about it.
So, I mean,
instead of having to run around and everybody.
Yep.
So
let's discuss it.
I would say I don't want it, for me, I don't think this board needs to be constituted by district appointments, per se. I think it needs to be the best people we can get to the table.
People we can get.
Because we have needs not only for the airport, for aviation, we have needs for economic development, and it might be in the future that these boards would split off and we would have a true EDC versus the airport board. So, I'm looking for suggestions, but I do think we need to involve a couple of different groups. me personally. I think it needs to be actual airport users on this potential board. I think there needs to be some business people that own businesses that hire more than 15 or 20 people, whatever criteria the board wants to be. Could be a couple of them. I believe that one of them probably needs to be, just because the purchase of the seat for now, because we're talking about economic development, could potentially be someone like Mr. Solomon, because of the seats he sits in for the county for now, for temporary, till the county does something with economic development, because we might have our own person going into the new year. That's what we've talked about and discussed. And there needs to be probably some people that live around that airport on that board. But, you know, you're the, you know, I don't think the rest of the commission needs to make all the decisions on who's on that board when it's your district that it's in. And that's only my only, you know what I mean?
Well, it's not so much that. It says that, you know, by advertisement, the people that are interested, like I said before, and I know I sound like I'm coming back around, it puts the right people there. I mean,
Yes.
if we go out and appoint someone from our district that may not have any, you know, desire to be on it, but influence, you know, they just get influenced to be on it because I ask them.
Yeah.
You know, that's not who I want on there. I want somebody that's passionate and wants to, you know, see success and see all this stuff that we're, you know, that's going to come into the county. And that's why I think that the best way to do it. It's not so much that it's in my district. It's just the fact that I think that's better for the county as a whole.
Well, I will say, Commissioner Amison, since you're asking, I do believe it needs to be constituted. I do believe, though, unless we kind of really hash out what seats we're looking to fill, then we're asking people to submit for something. Because at the end of the day, and I don't mean this wrongly, I don't want it to be taken wrong, I believe that everybody that sits on that potential board should be passionate about the airport, but that should not be the only criteria.
No, I'm not saying that.
That's what I was trying to say. There need to be other criteria until we've hashed out a criteria.
When I say passionate about the airport, I mean, you know, if you got somebody that owns a gas station, anybody, you know, I mean, I don't want to throw names out there or whatnot, but if you got somebody that is, you know, that has, they want to see the airport successful, not so much, I'm not saying passionate as in, you know, they talk about the airport every day. I'm just saying that has an interest in it.
Yes.
That's the thing. That's what I'm getting at about the advertisement. It's just people that are interested in seeing progress at the airport. And that can come from the business. I mean, I've spoke to some business people that doesn't directly, you know, that aren't directly involved with aviation, but they have business knowledge that you know, said that they would love to see it because obviously it affects their businesses, the economy coming in, people coming in. So that's what I was getting at. I'm not talking about people that just are out there hobby flying every weekend and stuff. You know, so just to clear that up.
I feel like y'all do. If y'all remember when I first came on here, I said I have a vision and I'm on a mission. One of my visions is to see something come up with that airport that will use that 100 acres of industrial property out there, and to be bringing jobs in here. We need to get these jobs. We don't need to be playing around. If this person don't get it for us, we need to go somewhere else. We need to just keep on driving until we get it, because we're looking at the future of Franklin County, and the economic future don't look too happy right now with inflation like it is. And to bring a point out, this is the way I feel like, Commissioner, I'm used to calling him Otis. This is the way I feel like Otis feels. I feel like we need to have the best people we have in Franklin County on any of these committees. It don't matter if he's from Carabel, Apalachicola, Alligator Point, or East Point, or whatever. We need to get the best people that have the best knowledge about what they're talking about. Not only airport, but the hospital and all these other committees that we have, that people report to us. Then it's brought to us and we make the decision. But we can't make good sound decision if we don't have the good people that knows all about it. And just because it may not be somebody that agrees with the airport or don't agree with the hospital or whatever, we just need to get the best people on there to be able to have more of a consensus on how the people are feeling and what really needs to get done. Because I'm gonna tell you something, I'll fly, but I'm not flying. I'm not flying no airplane. But I do care about the airport. But it's more about the industrial part of it to me. The airport's good. It's going to bring its own jobs. Like I told y'all, we've got regional projects and the state is looking real favorable, but, you know, toward regional projects. You know that, Regis. And we got opportunities out there right now with the runways sitting like they are that could bring stuff in that could employ people. And that's my thing. I don't want any of our youth or anybody having to leave this county to find a job if we're capable of getting jobs in here to accommodate them. That's the way I feel. And that's one of my missions.
So that I understand. So Commissioner Amerson, so you asking me to do that more like a general advertisement. Are you a business owner? Do you live around here? Blah, blah, blah. Are you interested in the airport? Would you like to serve on this committee or this board and see what we get for applications? So general thing would okay. And then from there we kind of narrow down. We go whatever direction works for me.
That's all I was trying to clarify.
Yes.
You know what I mean? I just want it to just all be general, you know what I mean?
Yeah, okay. And Mr. Chairman, but I'm just trying to get us moving forward on this because we're coming into the new year. We can go ahead and start getting this established. You know, by the time we're sitting here next year, we might see a lot of good things that's happened. So
yeah. Okay.
Or we might all be greater.
I do need a motion to advertise.
Okay. So we're doing a motion to advertise those that might be potential members of an airport advisory board.
Yes.
For the county.
Okay.
All right, so do we have what's the pleasure of the board on this?
Also move to approve.
All right, so a motion approved by Commissioner Ward.
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Sanders. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to comment on this before we take action, since this was not on our agenda? Anyone at all? Sir, could you check on Zoom, please?
Anyone online attending virtually would like to comment on this item, please indicate so by raising your hand. No hands raised, Mr. Chairman.
And I do recognize and understand Commissioner Lockley is not here today, but this is not going to be our final vote on this matter.
Yes.
That's why I think it's prudent we'll go ahead and do it.
Yep.
Just under comments. Any more discussion from the board before we vote? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous for it. Is that it, sir?
We're good?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
No problem. Ms. Pat O'Connell for the local technology planning team.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Pat O'Connell with the chair of the local technology planning. Say again, I'm sorry, Michael.
He was just telling us what he was giving us.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I was scheduled to speak last time and wasn't able to, but let me just tell you the good news and the bad news. I have been talking and pushing for the test, and you have in front of you the advertisements we put out in the social media posts, and asking everybody to take the test, to challenge, to see what their internet provider is providing to them for what they pay. The state asked us to get 10% of the households to take the test. Well, the last time I talked to you, we were lacking maybe 100 or so to get to 10%. We passed that number, like with flying colors. We went zooming by that number. There's so much interest in high-speed internet in Franklin County, and people were really interested because they kept saying, how come my speed is not that good? And they're telling me I'm getting the highest speed there is. So that was the good news. Well, now we've had other developments. In late November, the FCC put out its national broadband map. And that's important because that will dictate how many of the millions and billions of dollars that are coming down to the local level from the feds and the state through the infrastructure program that the Congress has created. Unfortunately, according to the national map, we have such high quality service in Franklin County that we probably don't even need any of that money. So what the feds have done for the first time ever, an individual household or small business can directly challenge the internet provider and say, you know, you tell me I'm getting your highest speed available, but here I'm looking at this state map and I'm not even getting the minimal level that is considered high speed, which is 25 down and 3 up. So what the feds are asking for the first time, they're saying this is what the provider is telling us. And for the first time, we are able to see what the provider is saying about our house, because it's based on not a census tract, but a latitude, longitude, GPS, geospatial identification of your property. The problem is, it's complicated. The complicated part is that you gotta go on to the FCC, you've got to fill out a document, you have to select the reason that you are challenging that speed. You send it to the FCC. They're doing a great job of getting a response back to you, but we are not getting the response of our people filing that challenge. So, you know, we are looking for ways to generate that kind of interest again. And the technology, the stakeholders are, and members of the committee, the other team members are asking people, take this challenge, and they're like, that's a lot of work, you know? So this is really critical if we are going to qualify for any of these federal dollars. And I think what we're going to have to do is maybe try to get some volunteers and some of your staff to spend some time trying to go through and do some of these challenges so that there is a capacity for the county to put in a bulk challenge. And we need some people to get together to help us do that. And that technology team has some people, but we're going to probably need staff too. And it would involve probably somebody in the property appraiser's office and somebody on your own staff. But I will get with Michael and the staff after the first of the year, and we'll see that January 13th is the deadline. And unfortunately, because Florida hasn't put its own grant application in for approval, we're not getting the help from the state for this that we have for the other programs. Most of the other states have created statewide websites with videos of how to do this broadband test, and Florida has not done that yet. So this is critical for this county. If we don't get any of this federal money, then where are we going to get it? I mean, maybe Triumph will give it to us because they consider broadband potential for economic development, like we've been saying. But it is ridiculous to think that Franklin County has 100% high-speed broadband in every household. All right, so that's my problem right now, the problem of the team and the problem for the staff. And here's the interesting thing. In January, we are bringing in the fixed-based providers, Mediacom and Consolidated, and we're bringing in the cell companies who are interested in Franklin County. And what we're asking them, you will be here, it's your workshop at 1:30, and the team members will be here too. And we'll be asking them, how come these people on this street say that, like on East Gulf Beach Drive, everybody down there complains they don't have high speed, but yet the company says they do. All the companies say they do. when those households complained to the FCC, they were rejected. They filled out a challenge, and they were rejected because they say, the company says, you're just not doing it right, or you have too many devices, or, you know, it's always the customer's fault. So when they come to us in January, I want you guys to ask those questions. What are you doing to cover these areas? And the other issue that will be such an issue for Florida, or at least Franklin County, is affordability. Yeah. And the feds have done that. They created an affordability program. So there should be no company that is providing high-speed internet service that's not participating in that federal program. And I know I've asked them all. They're not all doing it. So why? If the federal government is going to give you the money to do this, if you care about your customers, why wouldn't you be participating? Right. So that's the end of my report. The good news is people are very emotional about this issue, and it's very important to our future. The bad news is, once again, this is Franklin County, and things get complicated when they get to a rural area like ours. So we're going to need some help. And I'll deal with that after the holidays. Well, any questions, sir? Also, I want to mention that 2 members of our team are here, Murtis Wynn and Victoria Hart, and everybody's been really good. It's not anything wrong with the team. It's just getting those challenges out there. Even the Times had a really good article last week. I hope you read it, where he talked about how important this is. Yes. And David is a stakeholder in our team, too. Yes. All right, any questions that you might have?
Mr. Chairman, I've got a comment. Thank you and your team for doing all this work. I know it's completely voluntary and you don't get paid to do this, and I know you spend a lot of time. I actually posted this on my personal and my commissioner page and had them, you know, and also on the other Franklin County website pages. That every page I could think of, I put it on there for people to do the challenge. I went on there and actually looked at doing the challenge because it's, me personally feel that the maps are completely grossly inaccurate. There's no way that the people that they're saying is getting 25 speed or better is getting that. That's just preposterous to think that.
I know.
Furthermore, when I went to go do the challenge, the options that they give you, I think, might be another issue. The options that they give you is very vague. Mm-hmm. There could be more than one option. There could be the option that they give you is not applicable to you. So, you know, I kind of agree that the maps are inaccurate, but like you said, people just don't want to go and present that challenge. So I encourage everybody to go out and present the challenge because, like you said, the money that's come from the government, that's what is hinging is this. We've got to get that money to be able to provide internet to these people, and that's where they need their voices to be heard so that we can get, because the more people that complain, the more likely we are to get more money, and that's what we need to emphasize to these people is, hey, you have bad internet, speak up, say something, because if not, then we're not going to get the money from the government. It's billions of dollars, right?
Right.
To be able to facilitate getting better broadband, and I'm looking forward to the workshop in January to ask these questions to our providers, because I know, like I said, in my subdivision, I have Mediacom on my street, but they don't go to the street behind me because they said they don't have enough customers. Well, here's the money. Why not? You know, you're getting government money to put fiber. Why not? That's just my take. Thank you, Miss Pat. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
My comment is, I live so far out in the boondocks. They don't even want to run me electricity out there half the time. So anyway, so I have internet, I have Wi-Fi, but I pay more than I should because it's satellite. It's a satellite dish type thing.
Well, and the federal monies really are focusing on the fiber because the other services cannot, have not reached the reliability that fiber has.
I've called Consolidated and requested it. They said, don't even bother about calling us back. We're not going to run it to you. So,
well, and there are instances where if if there is fiber on your street, as Commissioner Ward said, and but you can't get it on your side of the street or whatever, they're not allowed anymore to say, you pay for it running down Highway 67, and then we'll put it at your house. They're only allowed to charge the regular standard installation charges, which should be from the street to your house.
Yeah.
That's what they're supposed to be charging, but that's not. I've had too many people tell me that the company said, we'd be happy to bring it down your street, but you got to pay for it all the way. And they're not supposed to be doing that now.
No.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Michael, I know we have their report on the website. Is there a way we can upload this challenge, a link to the
county's website?
So that way they don't have to, look around for it or have to go to DEO website and click on a bunch of hyperlinks.
Right.
They can just go to the Franklin County website, go to the page, click on the link to challenge, excuse me, or to do any of this other stuff if they need financial assistance as well, right? They could just click on the link and apply to get help paying for their broadband,
yes,
for their internet.
I think part of the problem is we don't have good visuals because the issue is complicated. And but I have found on the internet what other states have done, and some have taken and created nice videos that we could capture, I'm sure, that allow us to use them. Because we just don't have any tools like that in Florida yet. But yes, I agree with you. I think we should definitely improve the materials that are on our website to make them more self-explanatory. And depending, I'm not sure, who monitors that? Is there a way, can people write on there to you? Or is it just information?
In reference to our website?
To the broadband part, are you asking for comments?
No, not yet. I have not. So I guess
that might be something else we could do too. Is help them, because I have received lots of individual emails, and I've tried to help each one. Because I can do the challenge from my computer if you give me your address and you tell me who your provider is and all. We could maybe do some of that if people, but is that website monitored, or is that going to make you crazy?
One more thing.
Michael, stuff like that, doesn't it send it to, if you're setting up a link, can't you set it up to send to an email address and just start an email like broadband@FranklinCounty,
That's
Florida?
exactly what I'm going to do, sir. I will put a specific email.
And maybe I could get access to it.
Yes,
Yeah.
You and Courtney could
That'd be
look
great.
at that email.
Yeah, I could do that.
Yeah,
once my own internet comes back. Yeah.
There you go. That's the way it goes.
It's out.
I'll just leave that where it is.
I will say, when we were at the FACT Legislative Policy Conference a couple of weeks ago, when this first come out, this map, we're being polite here this morning. They were not polite when we were talking about it. It is a bad map. There's no other way around it. Another couple of thoughts about trying to help us address it, because Ms. Pat, you had said earlier that we could do like maybe a bulk way to do it. So if there's a way through the conversations you've already had with people that have done the speed test and that know that they have, so some of them, because I've done a challenge myself, because mine's not what they say it is. I don't care what they say. I don't get what they say that I get. I don't get what I'm paying for, let's put it that way. But to do it bulk, maybe we could do it either through some kind of just blitz text system or something, or for people that have actually done the speed test, to get their information so we know their address, to do a bulk challenge. And just list out,
that's what I was
this is the
thinking.
challenge, we're not getting what we paid for at these addresses.
Right.
And do a bulk challenge from the county is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and I think if we sit down with this map, and if I have people that can say, this part of the map is blank,
Yeah.
but there's actually houses there. That's what a lot of the communities have found.
Right.
That because the providers aren't doing it and all the information comes from the providers,
Yes.
then nobody is providing service. Those houses don't even show up on the map.
There you go.
So I'm sure Commissioner Sanders' house is not on that map.
But it's
They got-
green on the broadband map.
Yeah, they've got fiber optic down 5 miles from my house, but they won't run it up, so, and that's consolidated.
It's the middle mile.
And what's so odd is back in 1984, when I first got telephone service up there, I was the first person that got the telephone. Didn't have no problem getting a telephone, but all the other stuff I had, and dial-up, don't even talk to me about dial-up. I had a request, a public information request. Had to go through 4,931 emails, dial-up, so tell me what I had to do.
Yeah.
Good old days of dial-up.
Well, I'm gonna confess, I've got fiber optic, and I'm not apologizing. It's one.
Works good, don't it?
I can light up an Atlanta office building.
Yeah.
That's good.
The only problem is it brought some kids home, the gamers. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, we're gone, and they come back. But on a serious note, thank you for what you're doing, and Merry Christmas to both you and
Thank you.
Mr. O'Connor.
Yeah.
And
I'll
glad
see
Mr.
you.
Michael's good.
Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Michael.
Merry Christmas to you.
Thank you all.
Pat and Mike, and to the rest of the team. Thank y'all for everything you're doing.
Mr. Chairman, you
Yes.
mind taking 5 minutes so we can
Set it up.
get ready for the variances and then planning and zoning?
All right, take a 5-minute
I
recess.
agree with you.
Franklin County Board of County Commissioners now back in session. We're going to our Planning and Zoning Adjustment Board report. Ms. Bankston, go ahead.
Okay, first I have two variance requests. The first one is the consideration of a variance to encroach 15 feet into the 75-foot wetland setback for a placement of an aerobic system at a property located at 1909 Indian Harbor Road, St. George Island. Request was submitted by Aaron Sarkett. Is that how I say his last name? Sarchett. Agent for J. Newchester, applicant. This was a very long, drawn-out item that we spent over an hour on that night at the meeting. The board had a 3-3 vote in which the chairman had to make the final vote, and he voted for it, so it was a 4-3 vote. Do you want to touch anything on it?
Before you go further, Attorney Schuler has asked to address the board before we.
Yes, sir. Before we proceed, or the board proceeds on with consideration of the substance of this, I just want to make sure that you got on the record what the request was. Essentially, from my viewpoint as counsel for the board, I view this as a fundamental change in long-standing county commission policy, because although I think that maybe the applicant's rep may not agree with me, but my recollection is the board has never granted a variance from the 75-foot setback from the wetlands to any aerobic system. I know we've litigated that issue before. Commissioner Sanders, you may remember Dr. Mullins on St. George Island. He ended up having to merge 2 lots into one, is my recollection, to get one buildable lot. And there was discussion at the P&Z Board of Adjustment meeting that they would like for this board to consider doing away with, and I don't think it's part of like the official request, but it was part of the discussion, for the board to consider undertaking a process to eliminate the local 75-foot setback and go with the state standard, which is a 50-foot setback. So you potentially have 2 fundamental changes in county policy, and I wanted to bring this procedural issue to the board's attention because historically the board does not make fundamental changes to its pre-existing policy without a full board being present. I had hoped that Commissioner Lockley would be present this morning. I was told yesterday that you know, he's got some health issues, but he's not here today. Potentially he should be back at the first meeting in January, which I think is the 3rd, I heard mentioned earlier. So procedurally, I just think the board needs to decide whether you want to table this and wait for a full board or proceed on this morning. But it is the board's decision to make.
So I will say, this isn't my district, that don't really matter, but I would prefer for us to table till a full board's here, because it seems to be controversial. It was a 4-3 vote at the P&Z. Not saying for or against, but I do think that's prudent. But that does not mean that this applicant is going back to the P&Z or anything else. It's just coming to us again 2 weeks from now. Correct? Yes. That's what you're recommending.
That is my recommendation, based on prior precedent of the board. Prior boards, they would not. Commissioner Sanders has been here for most of that. The board historically has wanted a full board present so that all 5 elected commissioners could participate in whether or not to make a fundamental change in policy, which I do consider this request to be.
Mr. Chairman, if it's proper with me, I'm going to make a motion that we table.
Okay. So a motion to table by Commissioner Sanders.
I'll second with discussion.
Over a second by Commissioner Amison. Go ahead with your discussion.
Given that, I mean, just in my in my mind's eye, we can table this, and I'm directing this to the ones this applies to. You know, we got a week full of holidays, a couple weeks, so you're really not going to get anything done technically until the next meeting. So that should alleviate this, and then we'll have a full board hopefully by then, and we can make the proper decision going forward.
Mr. Chairman, I've got something. You know, as you said, with the setback, it was discussed to make it state 50 versus 75. And I know I asked you earlier, Courtney, is there any, I know we have more wetlands than what most of the state does. I know we probably did that just to protect the wetlands even more, give it some extra feet. So,
The thing about it is the state does set the boundary for wetlands. The wetlands are based off of their definition of wetlands, and they delineate the lines. So us having a 75-foot setback as opposed to the 50, I mean, it's just totally up to us whether we want to meet theirs or if we want to continue with that 75-foot.
So let's do this if it's okay. Let's go ahead and vote on the motion on the floor, and then we can have that discussion if that's okay. Any more discussion on the motion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? So it has been tabled until the first meeting in January. Now, go ahead, Courtney, with your discussion you were having about the state line. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I tried to do some research. I talked with Mark because I couldn't figure out why we had the 75-foot setback as opposed to the state's 50. And the only thing I could think of was we were just giving that extra lineage or extra restriction to further protect the wetlands. That's the only thing I could think of. Yeah. So
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
The board at that time saw fit underneath Alan
Yes.
Robertson board, and
Yeah.
the board saw fit at that time to do the extra there because
Yeah.
of the protection of the bay and the wetlands,
Yeah.
and that's what it was for.
And the board did bring up very good points. We're gonna see more of these like this because all of those properties that were once really good properties, I mean, the water's moving in, the wetlands are moving. I mean, it's getting to the point where they're not gonna be able to build much on there. So it's just something we're gonna see more of.
Yeah. Well, and we did, I think it was a couple of years ago, we had a public hearing and wound up changing. We had a similar rule in place because there was nothing scientific to it. It was just a number.
Yeah.
With wells to septic tanks.
Yes.
We had a further distance than the state did. And the issue come up that, not everybody that gets hired works here or knows for sure what our local limits are. And somebody had placed a well within the state limit but closer than our limit.
Yeah.
So we run into an issue. So being that the state sets the lines, I think we should have a public hearing potentially and look at changing ours to match the state. That way they got the line set and it's not arbitrary.
Yeah.
We're not trying to figure it out on our own.
Yeah.
Because in some sense, we do need to be able to lean on the state.
Yeah.
And know for sure that the line we're using is the same line.
Yes.
You know
And
what I mean?
the one thing that
Because
was discussed.
It puts us in a place with what we have in place, with ours being different from the state, with the amount of staff we have, it puts our staff in a place of making sure that they're getting this line right.
Yes.
Where if you're going with the state line, you know it's right. It's what the state says, everything's already there. I guess is the point I'm trying to make. We're gonna handle our staff, keep ours more than theirs, or we're gonna agree to go back and make ours the same as the state. That way it's all done for us. When they change it, it is changed.
Yeah.
That's my only thoughts on it.
I agree.
Just to save me a phone call later, because I know it's gonna pop back up on my brain, but this 75-foot setback, when did we establish that? I mean, it doesn't sound like it was in the
88 or 89.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it's been quite a while back?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
we're
just
still-
trying to get an idea. Has the state's always been 50?
Now that I
Or you don't know?
No, I think they've changed it over time. It used to be 75 and now it's 50.
Okay.
But we haven't changed with them.
So basically, the state outran us and changed, and we kind of,
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. But anyway, so I don't know if the board wants to actually set a workshop for that, but I'm not trying to delay this project or this decision either.
Yeah.
But I do think that's come up in the discussion that was had at the P and Z and
Yes.
advisory board.
Yes.
And I think it'd behoove us as a commission to look at this issue and try to address it. And I don't know if the commission's wanting to make a motion toward that today. That's not what I'm saying, but I do think we need to look at it. Ma'am, did you want to address the board? Go ahead. I'll give you a moment. I realize we kind of short-circuited you getting to speak.
I've been
and I
here a
apologize.
minute this
Yes,
morning.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I appreciate you allowing me to speak. I didn't know if there was opportunity for public comment. Elva Peppers with Florida Environmental and Land Services, and I'm representing Mr. and Mrs. Noonkester on this. And I totally get the tabling it for more discussion. This, of course, just came up kind of out of the blue, but there's a couple things that I wanted to maybe tell you, because as we've gone through this process, other things have come up, and just kind of the history of it. First of all, we applied for a variance, and to me, that's the request, is we want a variance to this 75-foot setback. The board does give variances to 75-foot septic requests, and according to Mr. Schuler, maybe there hasn't been any done on the island. We don't know that. That's a question. It also is a question, then why did I even apply? If it's a policy that's unwritten, then how is anyone to know that? I mean, where's the reliance on, for us bringing things up? Why do we go through this whole process? We've gotten we've gotten every single permit, FDEP, Army Corps for the dock. We've gotten the variance request for the house that's come before you all, with the septic tank shown on there, I might add. We did not get it written that said, in the variance request, that said this also approves the septic. So when we went to the health department to get the septic permit, they said, oh, well, it doesn't specifically say that the variance applies to the septic, so we can't issue a permit until you get a variance. However, during the meeting at the Board of Adjustments, and this is kind of to a point of maybe this is another process that should be looked at, the septic tank design is done and approved with the septic tank permit. So we didn't know how big the septic tank would be for sure until we get the septic permit. However, we're asking for a variance for X number of feet, which we don't know how many feet until we get the septic permit. So it's kind of a chicken and the egg thing. We have no assurance by either agency what exactly we're trying to ask a variance for. So that's another thing that you may want to consider in the process, or perhaps maybe the health department would consider just going with their rules and not enforcing the county rules. I don't know. The other thing is, I can't remember what I was going to say now. Oh yeah. So I did speak with the health department. I read through the FDEP's extensive rule, trying to figure out what we could do, because we're here now, and he got the variance, so he has 1,000 square foot minimum, maximum footprint, 2 bedrooms. They require the actual smallest septic tank that's available. So we've minimized to the greatest extent that we can, and the septic tank will fit, and the drain field will fit in between the 50-foot and the road, which is the 75 feet, goes all the way to the road. And I've asked another thing that came up at the other meeting was that none of us are experts on septic tanks. So, and there is new technology coming out, and perhaps that needs to be considered as well. And when I talked to Brad at that department, he said he would probably be able to come to the next meeting, because we kind of anticipated that this might happen. He might be able to come to the next meeting, or perhaps work with you guys on answering some critical questions, somebody who actually knows more about septic tanks than the rest of us. Yeah. Anyway, that's my spiel. I appreciate the consideration. We are, to me, talking about 2 different things here. We've requested a variance, and then the county may consider also amending their code to change for everybody. But we are definitely seeing more and more of these as someone who helps people, especially with the pie-shaped lots, because they put the long side on the water and the narrow side up top. it's just coming up over and over again, and I think it does need to be addressed, so.
And I will say, just so to make sure the board is aware, I did not anticipate Commissioner Lockley not being here today, but he wasn't able to be here. So that's the reason why I think the board took the action it has taken to this point. It does delay for a couple of weeks, but it doesn't send you back to anybody else, or because that's not what we're trying to do. At the end of the day, I would remind the board, so when this first came up to us, the issue was what was on there, it was a variance, but it was for a regular septic tank, which hasn't been done in decades on the island. So we agreed to send it back to P&Z. The issue was, on that day when we discussed the septic tank, we never got to the point of hashing out about the variance request. So I think that has helped kind of murky it up a little bit, and it's just my opinion. That's murky it up a little bit, because now it seems like they fixed from septic to something else, and now they're needing a variance. You know what I mean? The variance was there the whole time, but we never actually got to the point of discussing that day. So I just wanted to make sure the board was aware of steps on our side where we've been in this project, so everybody's thinking about the same thing. Is all I'm saying.
Can I also make a comment?
Yeah.
And the thing is, on the original variance, she did make some very good points, but on the original variance, when it came forward, what they were requesting, the septic was never on the original. It was just the house. Even though it was on the site plan,
Right.
it wasn't specifically outlined in their variance.
Right.
And there's no way for staff to know how many feet that they were going to be asking for a septic, so we can't just throw that in as staff. We can't do that.
Right.
So that's why I had to come back again for
Right.
the aerobic system.
Right.
So I just wanted to make that clear.
Is that good, Ms. Peppers?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I didn't know if anybody had any other questions
I don't-
about that. but,
Commissioners, do y'all have any questions?
okay,
Thank you for your time. All right, go ahead, Ms. Courtney.
All right, next I had the variance for 3331 Land Street. It's a variance to construct a 2-foot wood retaining wall 30 feet into the 50-foot wetland setback. And basically what they're trying to do is protect their property so that they're able to build on it later. As I said before, like a lot of these properties things are changing, FEMA's changing regulations. So they're having to kind of be almost in the middle right here with what they're requesting for. A retaining wall just to protect the property. And they do have enough space to build a home without having to have a variance, and this would keep them from having to have a variance in the future.
Ms. Courtney, I want to ask you a question. Has the property already eroded to that point? What, in other words,
It's to stop erosion was what I was told.
Okay, the reason, here's where I'm coming from, that's what I'm asking. So I just see a wall in the middle of a piece of property. I don't see where it's eroded to, you know what I mean? Or
Yeah.
That's why I was asking.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
you're exactly correct. The retaining wall does not extend to the water's edge. It's actually landward to the water's edge. I don't remember the exact distance. But under your critical habitat zone, there is a provision that would allow essentially erosion control devices to be placed on the property, which is why I think that the P&Z Board of Adjustment recommended approval. And there was some testimony in the record, nothing extensive, but there was an allusion to some erosion occurring on the lot. So it seemed to check the boxes on what is allowable development within the critical habitat zone.
Okay, that's what I was trying to make sure of. And one other question, Ms. Courtney, I'll be done. Scroll down to the checklist for these items.
Is that in?
That's why I asked you to do it, not me. Okay, that's cool. I just wanted to look at that.
Yeah.
Anyone else have any questions about this? I mean, I don't have no issue with it. I just was wondering, I'm looking at a wall in the middle of a lot, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway, just trying to make sense out of it. Pleasure of the board.
And Mr. Chairman, so Courtney, the decision that P&Z BOA board made was
to
approve?
Yes.
I'll make a motion to approve this based on their recommendation.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
Thank you. Next, I have a couple of, well, the rest of them are critical shoreline applications. The first one is for 508 River Road. They are constructing a 4x60 single-family dock with two 10x10 boat slips located at 508 River Road. The request was submitted by Garlic Environmental Associates, agent for Mike Chupa, who's the applicant. State permits have been received. The application was contingent upon federal permit or exemption. The board did recommend approval contingent upon the federal or permit or exemption, and they've met all the requirements for the dock.
Pleasure of the board.
So moved.
I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison,
I'll second.
second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion, Commissioners? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, thank you. The next one is for consideration of a request to construct a 2,488 square foot single family dock that would consist of a 4x184 access pier, a 16x16 covered terminal platform, a 16x48 covered boat slip, and a 14x36 covered boat slip, and then a 14x16 covered jet ski lift located at 1922 Mary's Beach. The request was submitted by Aaron for Paige Pittman, and both state and federal permits have been received on this one. The board did recommend approval.
Pleasure of the board.
Mr. Chairman, Courtney, this dock, I'm assuming that's a dock pictured. Is that their property or is that someone else?
Which one? Where this is right here?
What is that an existing dock?
No, that's eroded dock. I mean, it's barely there anymore from the storm.
Okay. But that's not theirs? Or
No.
Okay.
And so they're not trying to fix that because it'd been too much, so they're actually building new that will be on their property.
Okay.
And as you can see, he did submit building space for the property to where they can actually fit a home.
And P&Z BOA recommended approval?
Correct.
I'll motion to approve.
A motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Sanders. Do we have any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
Last, I have consideration of a request for a 3,090 square foot single family dock that would consist of a 4x500 access boardwalk, a 10x16 covered terminal platform, a 15x26 covered boat lift with overhang, and a 15x36 covered boat lift with overhang at property described at 2622 US Highway 98 in Carabel. Both state and federal permits have been received. The board did motion to approve, and they have met all the requirements for their dock. And can you see that there?
Pleasure of the board.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders,
Second.
second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
And that is all I have.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
All right, Ms. Griffith, we are going past the fuel farm bid opening because that's not happening, correct?
That's correct.
So,
We're just re-advertising.
right, but we are going to open bids for a couple of things here, right?
Yeah.
First one be Highway 67.
Yep, CR 67 Phase 2 widening and resurfacing.
Okay.
Consists of approximately 1.92 miles of widening and resurfacing, striping, signs, minor drainage improvements, and grassing along CR 67 in Carabel.
Right. And this project, when it's completed, will take us all the way to the county line, won't it?
It will, yep.
Good.
It's broken into 4 different phases.
Good.
This first one is from Pykett Asphalt and Site Work in Crawfordville, Florida. total bid is $3,196,782.80. And there is a bid bond included. Let me read the number again. This is Pykett Asphalt, and the total base bid is $3,196,782.80.
Ms. Griffith, before you proceed, let me ask you a question. This is for 1.92 miles of road, correct?
It is.
Thank you.
Inflation.
Just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You're not doing the math, Mr. Chairman. Wrong business.
Okay.
Make sure I'm at the right party.
The next bid is from Capital Asphalt Incorporated, and they are from Tallahassee, Florida. Their total base bid is $3,575,393.77. Again, that's $3,575,393.77. And the bid bond is included. Okay. The next one is Roberts and Roberts from Tallahassee, Florida. $2,477,201.88. Again, $2,477,201.88. That is Roberts and Roberts, and the bid bond is included. And this last one is C.W. Roberts Contracting Incorporated from Tallahassee, Florida. Their base bid is $3,073,425.45. Again, total base bid $3,073,425.45, and the bid bond is included. Yep, and we do need a motion from you all to release the bids for the engineers for their recommendation.
This is going to Dewberry?
It is.
All right.
I'll make that motion.
All right, we have a motion to approve that process by Commissioner Ward, seconded by Commissioner Sanders, I believe. Any discussion before we vote? Yes. No.
Let me see.
That's the
Actually,
point.
I can look that up real quick.
No,
Let me
that's the
see.
point I was trying to make.
Yeah, I was just asking. I'm gonna be honest, I had anxiety for 2 nights over an elevator panel. I won't sleep for a week after seeing these bids.
That's a lot, yeah. Any more discussion on the motion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous. So we do return these over to Dewberry for review.
We will,
To bring
and
back a potential award.
that's correct. And actually, we do have an added step because we are going to have to go back to the Florida Department of Transportation for more grant funds as well, because even the low bid was still about $500,000 more than the grant funding that was given to us by
Oh.
Department of Transportation.
Say again,
For
Commissioner Amison.
1.92 miles. Putting that out there.
That was more than our $1 million a mile benchmark that we.
Yeah, just
earlier this
passed about 3 months ago, yeah.
How many, what time you'll be waking up every morning now?
So next, we're opening another bid, right?
We are, yes.
go ahead.
The second bid set is for the CR 370 Alligator Point Multi-Use Trail and Bike Path. Project consists of approximately 1 mile of 5-foot wide bike lanes and 1 mile of 10-foot wide multi-use path construction on CR 370 Alligator Drive at Alligator Point, Florida.
Yep. Aaron, I'm gonna ask you a question, just so we make sure what we're looking at this morning. This path, this multi-use path, is similar to the one on St. George Island, shared use, non-motorized, correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
The first bid is Robertson Roberts, and they are from Tallahassee, Florida.
Come on, 1 million.
Their base bid value is $1,864,192.12. Again, $1,864,192.12. And their bid bond is included.
How many miles?
2 miles, ain't it?
1 mile of 5 and 1 mile of 10.
Yes.
Oh, I thought you said 10 miles. That's
No,
only 2.
No, 1 mile of 10-foot wide multi-use path, yeah. Okay, these, next bid is received from Capital Asphalt Incorporated from Tallahassee, Florida. Total base bid on this one is $3,197,324.10. Again, $3,197,324.10, and that is from Capital Asphalt Incorporated in Tallahassee, and the bid bond is included. And the last one is C.W. Roberts Incorporated from Tallahassee, Florida. Their bid bond is on top and is included. Their base bid value is $2,274,914.80. Again, $2,274,914.80. If my memory serves correct, I don't believe we have enough money for that one either, so that's going to be another conversation with the Florida Department of Transportation. But we will need a motion action from the board to release the bids to Dewberry for their review.
I'll motion to.
We have a motion to approve that from Commissioner Ward, seconded by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion other than what we've had about? Are we sending this on?
Mr. Chairman, I just think I'm in the wrong business.
Yeah.
I mean, really.
Mr. Chairman, I was going to say, Mr. Chairman, you can't turn expressions into conversation, but.
It is what it is at this point. We just have to do the best we can do and go on with it, you know?
So you don't know how much we're really gonna have to go ask DOT and looking have for either project. Until then, we can't do either project.
Correct.
Do we have an amount from DOT that they said that they would help us fund either one of these projects with?
Yeah.
We do. Actually, the CR 67 Phase 2 from Crooked Creek Bridge to SFR 166, which is the Phase 2, the total grant award was $1,970,050 on that one. So we are short by about $500,000 for that project.
What about the other one?
The other one, the LAP multi-use path, let me look at that one.
Sorry, I know I'm asking you questions to answer on the fly. Thank you for being so accommodating.
I do not have the other
Okay,
one.
that's fine.
I can actually email that to you all.
That's fine, that's not a problem. I know I was asking you something that kind of hard to have everything at your fingertips. It's all good.
Yeah.
So when you get the amount of money from DOT, that's basically, they went out there and calculated it, and that's what he figures it's working. But do they factor in the rate of inflation and stuff like that? Do they factor that in, Ann?
Actually, when we go out for the grant application process, you know, a lot of times it takes a long while from by the time you actually turn in a grant application to the time that you're actually funded. So, you know, some of these projects, it's a full, you know, year and a half, you know, from the time we did the application, and construction prices have gone up just leaps and bounds with inflation in the last, you know, 2 years, really.
Commissioner, on my project, bids I got a little over a year ago doubled.
Double. The lumber doubled by itself, you know, tripled, I think, at one point. The lumber instead is so high now. So you can figure asphalt and all that's high.
Yeah.
But it would sure be nice to have the connecting 67, because Liberty County is getting, up there on 67, it's getting repaved and widened back out bad. I mean, it's a good thing.
Who they using?
Huh?
I said, who's Liberty County using? We might want to call them and see if they'll bid.
I think it's Robert.
Well, now,
Probably the same people.
I mean, good Lord.
I know we still have a motion to vote on, but we have not really started down the process of the discussion yet. But this board did agree last year, this year, a couple, 2 or 3 months ago, with the Regional Planning Council, we're going to establish, they're not wanting to call it a Regional Transportation Planning Agency, but that's what it's gonna function like. This is gonna involve our county and some of these other counties that neighbor us, Gulf County and Liberty especially, since we're some of the smaller counties in the state. And some of these things we might can try to address on that level, because it's going to give us a little bit more leverage than we've had before by ourselves regionally, as we try to say, look, DOT, you know, if you're already going to be doing down Liberty, you're already going to be doing down Liberty County to the line, why won't you do to the line on our side and make it make sense? You know what I mean? So there's some of the things we're hoping to address with that.
That's something I know, because we have about 16, 17 miles of 67.
Yes.
Liberty County has all of it, like
Yes.
34 miles
They
or
do.
something of it. And I know David Stoudemire, the past commissioner up there, he was always saying, why can't y'all just bring Franklin County and Liberty County in together? And that's one of the things that we discussed, because Wakulla, Tallahassee, Gadsden
Yes.
has all those big things,
Yes.
MPOs, TPOs, and all that. We didn't have anything.
Well, and Commissioner, that's what brought it up. I'm not trying to belabor the point, but that's what kind of brought it up. Serving on behalf of this board at the Regional Planning Council level, Wakulla is a part of the Capital Regional Transportation Planning Agency. And I've asked them 5 ways to Sunday, and they said, no, we don't really want Franklin to be a part of our agency. So that's when I started hitting up the Chris Rito and some of the board at the ARPC and said, look, we got to do something different. We have counties that are in our region that are being underserved when it comes to transportation planning dollars. And if we don't do something to help try to garner attention for ourselves, we're just not going to get it. So that's part of why we're doing what we're doing. It hasn't really taken off the ground yet, but it will be coming this year. Yes. All right, so I know we still haven't voted, I'm sorry. I'll get off my soapbox. Any more questions about this motion of turning this over to Dewberry for review and then give us a recommendation on award or non-award based on what's submitted? Seeing no more discussion, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous. All right, Ms. Griffith, we are to you.
Okay, all right, Commissioners, the first item on my report, in March, the county was notified that the total contract cost between the county and the Army Corps of Engineers for the dredging of the East Point and 2 Mile channels would be $6 million instead of the original $5 million. At that time, the county submitted an amendment request to the Gulf Consortium for the additional costs, and on December 12th, the county finally received the grant award agreement for the additional dredge costs. Board action to approve and authorize the chairman to sign the attached addendum to the subrecipient agreement between Franklin County and the Gulf Consortium.
So move.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward.
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Amison. discussion. I will say this, just to make sure the public is aware. As I understand it, this contract is a fixed base contract. They've asked us for a certain amount. We're doing our best to give them that amount. Yes, it might seem high, but I know East Point hasn't been done since I was young. It's been about 35, 38 years. So, and Appalachia's been a while as well. But the thing I want to make sure the public is aware of is if for some reason this takes them longer to achieve than their timeline is, that's all on them. The county, this is what the county's agreed to pay. So anything they can't do or can't perform, or the weather gives them problems, that's on the contractor. That's something between them and the Corps. That's not going to change our price, or there's not going to be a thing 2 months from now they come back and say it's another additional amount of money. This is the amount of money. I just want to make sure the public was aware of that before we voted on it today. Any more discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay. Next item, Commissioners. Apparently I missed numbering that item. I apologize about that. Just last week, Franklin County received the $156,056 Historic Preservation Grant Agreement from the Florida Department of State for the Carabel Beach Wayside Park repairs. The project has just gone out for bid and will include the restoration of 14 historic picnic pavilions and the exterior of the restroom building. Work on the pavilions and restrooms will include selective demolition of loose material, restoration of concrete by coating with an epoxy-based anti-corrosion and bonding agent, the application of an epoxy adhesive grout to cover the coated reinforcement material, and reshaping the concrete, cleaning and removing all loose paint and applying a new coat of exterior paint, and the replacement of the roofing with a PVC membrane roofing with stainless steel fasteners for thermal and moisture protection. The bids for this project will be opened at the second meeting in January, and TDC sales tax proceeds will also assist in funding the beach park facility repairs. Board action to approve and authorize the chairman to sign the attached historic preservation grant agreement for the Carabel Beach Wayside Park repairs.
I'll motion to approve with comment.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward. Second by Commissioner Sanders. Commissioner Ward, please proceed.
When I first became commissioner, this was one of my goals was to try to get that refurbished. With all the storms we've had, there was rebar poking out. It presented a safety issue, I think, to a lot of the people that visited the park. But I want the public to be assured we're not changing the look of this historic, because it is a historic preservation grant. We're not changing the look. It's keeping that same retro look about it, because I had a lot of people ask me about it. I just want the public to be aware that it's going to stay the same. We're just getting it upgraded a little bit to where there's no rebarbs poking out, and it's going to look better. Not that it doesn't look bad. I'm just saying it looks bad. It's going to upgrade it a little bit. Yeah.
That's good.
It is good.
So thank you, Aaron, for getting this, and thank you to my fellow board members for helping me get it happening.
Any more discussion before we vote? Ms. Griffith, I will ask something. You said we're going to potentially open the bids at the second meeting in January. So we're more than likely not going to get this completed before the summer season starts, are we?
Actually, I hope so. There's actually a pretty quick turnaround period mentioned in the bid specs.
Good.
Yep.
Good. That's what I wanted to, that sounds great.
Yeah, maybe not by spring break, but by summer we should be, on track.
Yeah. Okay. Well, as our TDC morphs into actually bringing more visitors to our area on a consistent basis, that does present us with problems we've never dealt with before. Used to, it was like turning the water spigot off, up until spring break, then you turn it on, and then after Labor Day, you turn it back off. Well, it's not so much that way anymore. But it is important to get these projects done. I didn't want it to see us go all the way past the summer into this time next year to do it, is all I was asking. Any more discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous.
Commissioners, next item. At your December 6th meeting, the board received only one bid for the 3rd Street Dune Walkover project. Coastal Project Engineers MRD and Associates have since reviewed the sole bid and have recommended that the county reject the bid and re-advertise, as the bid exceeded the anticipated cost and budget for the project. The project is to be funded by TDC sales tax proceeds and consists of constructing a 6-foot wide by 188-foot dune walkover at 3rd Street West on St. George Island. In the attached draft solicitation for the rebid, bids will be due Friday, January 13th, and will be reopened at the January 17th meeting. Board action to reject all bids for the 3rd Street Dune Walkover project and authorize re-advertising.
Pleasure of the board.
So moved.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Amison,
I'll second with comment.
second by Commissioner Ward. Please proceed, Commissioner.
Here goes the same issue that we're having before. For one, that the county's having to we're rejecting the bid because it's costing more. In addition to, I guess it was not many bidders.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, and actually, we do plan on actually doing some personal calls to some of our local contractors, you know, encouraging them, because I know we also have the Bid Alert website, but there just, you know, wasn't a whole lot of interest in the projects.
Okay.
And we also had a hope of, you know, possibly being able to change order a few more walkovers before sea turtle nesting season, but with the rebid, it kind of slows everything down because all work has to be completed by April 30th, and FDEP will not even issue permits once you get into sea turtle nesting season. So,
Right, as it should be. All right, any more discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous.
okay. Next item. At the December 6th meeting, the board opened bids for the 2nd Street intersection repairs to be paid by District 1 paving funds. Coastline Clearing and Development was the low bidder at $57,330. County Engineers Dewberry and Associates have reviewed the bid and recommend award. Attached to this report is a notice of award and the construction contract for this project. Board action to issue a notice of award and authorize the chairman's signature on the contract documents for Coastline Clearing and Development, LLC.
So moved.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
All right, Commissioners, the next two items, this may sound familiar because I just brought up the grant agreements for both of these projects at the last meeting. However, I forgot to mention, I forgot to request permission for staff to negotiate with county engineers for the design for both of these projects. So, at the last meeting, Franklin County signed a $44,247 grant agreement from the Florida Department of Transportation Small County Outreach Program to survey, design, permit, and prepare construction plans and specifications to widen and resurface the .372 miles of Hickory Dip Road to North Bayshore Drive. The project will widen the roadway from 18 foot to 24 foot and add pavement markings and upgrade signage. Drainage improvements will include the extension replacement corrections of dual 36-inch cross drains at Indian Creek. As Franklin County follows the Consultants Competitive Negotiation Act in selecting engineering firms for design improvements, the ongoing county engineering contract with Dewberry and Florida Statute 287.055 allows for the county to negotiate with the contracted engineer for the project. Board action to authorize staff to negotiate with county engineers Dewberry for the design of the project.
Pleasure of the board.
So moved.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward.
I'll second.
We have a second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
Also at the last meeting, Franklin County signed a $261,690 grant agreement from the Florida Department of Transportation Small County Road Assistance Program to survey, design, permit, and prepare construction plans and specifications to widen and resurface the final 2.6 miles of CR 67 from Forest Road 172 to the Liberty County line. This project will widen the roadway from 20 to 24 foot with two 12-foot travel lanes with 5-foot paved shoulders with 8-foot total shoulder width. Pavement markings and upgraded signage. Drainage improvements will include the extension, replacement, correction of all cross drains. As Franklin County follows the Consultants Competitive Negotiation Act in selecting engineering firms for design improvements, the ongoing county engineering contract with Dewberry, and again, Florida Statute 287.055 allows for the county to negotiate with the contracted engineer for this project. Board action to authorize staff to negotiate with county engineers Dewberry for the Phase 4 design of CR 67.
Pleasure of the board.
So moved.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders,
Second.
second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? That is unanimous.
And Commissioners, I did have one item which I forgot to add on my report, and it does require action, so if we could call for public comment again once I...
What is the item, Mr.?
It is actually, we received the ranking for the construction inspection engineering for CR 67 Phase 2, and that is the one that we're also going to have to go back to FDOT for additional funds, so we're not really sure where we are on that yet. But the 4 submittals were received from Southeastern, AECOM, EXP, and HMB Engineers. Southeastern Consulting Engineers was the highest ranked firm, and we recommend for the board to authorize staff to negotiate with the highest ranked firm, Southeastern Consulting Engineers, for the CEI services for this project.
Okay. So it's just, we're just authorizing you guys to work through the process.
Correct.
To make sure that, okay. Pleasure of the board.
So move.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward. Do we have a second? We have a second by Commissioner Amison. Since this was not on the agenda, is anyone in the room wishing to comment on this publicly before the board takes potential action today? What about on Zoom, sir?
We're down to one participant on Zoom. Would you like to comment on this item? Do so by raising your hand. Person did not raise their hand.
All right, being that there's no one to speak publicly on this, is there any more discussion from the board before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you, Ms. Griffin. Anything else?
Actually, I do have a couple of informational items as we have already covered the purchase order issues. Let's see, the first item is going to be the county projects web application. Courtney is going to assist and actually share her screen, and I'll just kind of show you all what we've been working on, and we hope to have this interface ready for the public by the end of the year. And right now we're working with the vendor to make sure that, you know, what the public sees is the same information that I see, because we don't want it to look any different.
Right.
So for example, the first project that we have pulled up is going to be the FEMA Alligator Drive repairs. Right now there are 17 projects that have been uploaded to the site, probably looking at about 30 by the time you know, we get it open to the public. And for one, if you want to scroll down, you can actually see kind of a general project photo. You can actually see all of the attachments, which is going to include items such as advertisement for bids, the different task orders that have been awarded, and then also a cost tracking worksheet. For example, Courtney, if you want to click on the Dewberry task order number 8 at the top. And this is all in an effort to, you know, make the public informed of all the projects that are going on in the county. And nothing that's actually going to be in the application process will be uploaded to this site, but it will be once we actually receive notifications of awards. Things will start hitting this site and populating. So that would be the fully executed Dewberry task order. And then if you want to get out of this document, Courtney, and go back to, and if you could open the FEMA Alligator Drive Excel spreadsheet at the very bottom. Yep. And then scroll to the top and you can actually see all of the expense history as well for each and every single project that will be uploaded here. So that's going to include the vendor and their contracted values, when checks have been processed, and for progress periods as well. And then if you will also scroll to the top, Courtney, if you will go to the Updates tab and actually expand that column where you can actually see what the updates are. You can actually see board meeting reference or, you know, dates that are actually specific to certain activities with the project. And you're able to follow through and see, you know, county receives copy of as-built survey dated November 2nd for the project, or board approves final change order number 6 with contractor Anderson Columbia. So you are able to actually view the project updates as well. And then if you will also go to the next tab at the top of the screen, the photos, and start to scroll down. Some of these are really large, but you can actually see how the road looked in the aftermath of Hurricane Michael, and then also some of the progress photos of construction.
and then also the day that the road was reopened. So you can actually see that, and see, we've got some other projects that we can look at too, just to. Yeah, and let's go ahead and visit a couple of other projects. Let's go ahead and look at the FEMA East Point Fishing Pier Repairs Project as well. You can see the same information as far as, you know, the cost tracking worksheet, and then also all of the bid solicitations and postings, pre-bid meeting attendees. There's a lot of information out here. And you can also click on the Updates tab and see the same thing for this project. And also photos showing you before and after. There has been a lot accomplished in this calendar year as far as projects coming together and things being repaired, and it did take a long time with Hurricane Michael, mainly due to the administrative delays with FEMA. And another project, let's go ahead and look at Island View Park if we can, Courtney. And that one's also very exciting, and that was my next informational item, so we can go ahead and cover that now. We are scheduled to do the final inspection walkthrough with Commissioner Sanders on Thursday. And once we do that final walkthrough, we should be able to open that park back up for the public. And then in January, we'll plan to have an official ribbon cutting for the reopening of that park.
That's great.
That's great. Well, I can tell you, Mr. Doug Hadaway, I run into him down at the Association of Counties Conference. He said if we cut another ribbon, he better have an invite. So.
Yes, yeah, and they have kept up with the progress of that park.
Yes, they have.
And Courtney, let's go ahead and visit the photos section of that project as well. And you can actually see, because this park opens briefly before Hurricane Michael made landfall, so you can see the way it was when we had the grand opening in August of 2018. And then you can see some of the aftermath of Hurricane Michael photos as you scroll down. And also you will see our inspection from last week photos that we did with the contractor on site as well. And so that park has come back together very nicely.
Mr. Chairman, I guess we learned a lesson from pavers this time.
We did. Yep. And then Courtney, the last one, let's go ahead and check out if we can look at the Scott Timber Island Road project, which was also on the first page of projects. This one has all of the same information. You can actually see, you know, the start of the project, the end of the project, which section of road was included. This one? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I was talking to you like you were in there. I didn't pay attention. Okay. And the photos section of this one as well, you can also see some of the, you can actually see some of the progress pictures there as well. And projects will remain on this site. I don't plan on going back and doing a retroactive ad of our projects, but from this point forward, it will be this fiscal year. Every project that the county touched, altered, anything that's going to show up on our schedule of financial assistance, it will show up on this application. So you all have this from this point going forward, and even as projects are completed, there will be a history as well for all of these parks and projects.
I think it's going to be big, Ms. Griffin.
Yes, absolutely.
You know, one of the things I've found from doing my best to represent the people of this county, people just want to be informed. They just want to know what's going on. They don't want, you know what I mean? They just want to be informed and be given accurate information. And us being able to utilize a tool like this, it might seem like not a really big deal, but for our small county, I think it is. But having somewhere that people can be directed to see an update, to see where we are, to know that, well, like all the stuff with Hurricane Michael, we were never, as a board, not intended to have these projects built back or delaying just because we wanted to delay. A lot of these projects, now, had we known it was going to take as long as it took, we might have taken a different stance. But I can remember, as representing the people here, just like the rest of them that were here doing it, we knew we were asking FEMA for extra money because we wanted to harden these places against future storms. Because I don't know if y'all noticed, but every time a hurricane crosses the peninsula at the bottom, the first word out of their mouth on the weather channel is Apalachicola. I don't know if y'all noticed that, but anyway. So we asked for monies, additional monies, not just the money to put it back, but monies to make all these places stronger, mitigation dollars, in an effort to try to make it stronger. That's when we were looking at the one at the East Point Fish and Pier restroom. All along the embankment behind that, where it's put back, is articulated block that's cabled together. So if it moves, we're going to have a real problem, because it's, you know what I mean, it's not just sand put back. So that helped delay it some, but having this where people can access it, I think is only going to be a benefit to the people. And thank you for all your hard work, because I'm sure that this has been an additional task to the additional task, you know, so thank you. It doesn't go unnoticed.
Speaking of additional tasks, Commissioner Amison, what I am going to do, she doesn't know it yet, but once she gets this kind of mostly done, then I'm going to get the same information from John Collins that stood in front of you this morning,
Yes.
and put all the airport stuff on this too,
Yes.
so that you could
Yes.
then, your constituents could see how much work is actually being done at the airport. Besides, like Roy said, all the trees being cut, that in his lifetime, he's never seen the airport from Bluff Road, he said this morning.
Michael, there are already some of those projects are actually on the application.
Cool.
So
She
Courtney,
actually surprised me.
if you want to go ahead and click on the Triumph Airport Fuel Farm project,
Game changer.
you can actually see that project's already out there as well. And that'll be the same. So airport obstruction removal will be out here. All of your pavement aprons, you know, pretty much everything that we have going on right now is going to be on there.
Good deal.
Good. That's good. Great
That's
job,
my
well done.
Yep.
Thank you. Did you have an update for the SGI playground?
I do.
Okay.
We were actually supposed to have a meeting with the playground vendor yesterday. She did have an emergency come up, so she was not able to make that meeting, and we did reschedule with the Playground Advisory Committee. And right now, we are still working on the formal schedule, but it should be January 6th or January 9th. So that will be the next time, and all of the commencement documentation has been turned into the Department of Environmental Protection, so hopefully we'll have that commencement notice in hand before we meet with the vendors.
Okay. So that's all we're really waiting on for that is commencement, correct?
Commencement, and then for the advisory committee to meet with her and actually make a selection on design.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you. Anything else from Ms. Griffith before we proceed, commissioners? All right. Mr. Morone, you're up next.
Okay, we're all the way up to item 5 on my report. Staff received notification that the House and Senate will start accepting appropriation requests from the counties and cities. Last year, with the assistance of your consultant, Mrs. Tracy Busby, the board submitted a $2.5 million request for the construction of a new EOC and a $7 million request for a new facility at Weems Hospital. There were bills submitted for approval on one or two of these, Mr. Chairman, but unfortunately none were funded. So is the board wanting to resubmit these same projects, and are there any other projects for consideration? I recommend engaging Ms. Busby's services to assist with the preparation and submittal of these requests. And if the board authorizes Ms. Busby to prepare and submit these appropriation requests, she will be available at your next meeting on January 3rd to answer any questions and discuss any projects you may have.
I don't know if it takes a motion from the board, but I would like to include what's past its useful life, and that's the bike path on the island.
Good
We
idea.
were given a preliminary cost estimate of over $1 million to repair that whole path. It's about 20 years old or so. It's about past its useful life. So I would like to see us submit it. I mean, they don't say yes or no, but.
So, yeah, so if you make a motion today to approve, Tracy will send her that information.
All right.
She can start working on that before the That's pushing it up
Well-
before the January 3rd meeting.
Actually, we have a lot of the groundwork for that
Good.
project because, you know, it was a pretty intensive grant application, and unfortunately, Transportation Alternatives did not fund that, nor the River Road project, which in January we will be coming back to you all and asking which project should be resubmitted, and River Road will be on there again. They did unfortunately respond that the SGI multi-use path was too much of a maintenance issue. It wasn't primarily improvements, you know, even though we rewrote it for, you know, of course, widening it to FDOT standards and such, and including some ADA enhancements, it was just, the resurfacing component was too expensive for the project.
So do we need to have a motion to add that to it?
Well, I'd see a motion to engage Tracy.
Period.
Period.
Oh,
And
okay.
then you guys
She'll
send me
bring the
what
list
projects
back.
you have, and then
Okay.
you can discuss it at the
All
January
right,
3rd
sounds
meeting.
good.
Okay.
All right, so we're just talking about engaging Ms. Busby.
Yes, sir.
And then she's gonna come back with a list total.
Yes.
Okay.
So you make a motion to go ahead and
Yes,
agree for
please.
Ms. Tracy Busby to be here on the 3rd? I'll go ahead and make that motion.
All right, so we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders,
Second.
second by Commissioner Amison and Commissioner Ward, I believe. So any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
Commissioner, I know it's the holidays, I'll give you Ms. Busby's contact information.
Mhm.
So in case you guys want to reach out to her prior to that date, just to inquire, you could do that about any projects you may have.
She's good at doing stuff.
Very, very, very good job.
She's very good, and she helped us a lot last year, even though we didn't get a lot of things funded we asked for.
The bills were done.
I'll be honest with you, and I was kind of surprised when some of the bills got filed, I'll just put it that way. But they did, so.
Bills were filed.
We'll keep pushing for them.
Now, her fees is based on getting the grant.
I believe that's correct.
She charges us a per hour.
Mhm.
Yeah, there's
Yes,
no
she
more of
does.
a per hour type
Yeah.
deal, but she'll tell us ahead of time. You'll sign a task order long before you.
Yeah.
She's pretty, very reasonable. Commissioner Amison, it's not $1 million a mile, that's for sure. So,
All right, did we already vote on that? Or did we stop before we voted? I don't think we voted, did we?
Made a motion.
I show a vote, but
no.
We show a vote?
I have the motion and second.
But
Yeah, no vote.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? I didn't think we voted, but I wanted to see if everybody else was paying attention. No, I'm
Oh, there we go.
I'm just joking.
Item 6, Mr. Chairman, is an informational item. At your last meeting, I discussed changing our agenda format to include consent agenda. Well, after I did more work on it, well, let me say this statement, just for the public's thing. This would allow the county to have more efficient meetings, but remain transparent and accessible by your constituents. So I wasn't trying to remove our transparency and accessibility to our constituents in any way. But in doing research about this consent agenda, I'm just going to talk, not read. So the issue is, Commissioners, we have more of a report-driven agenda than we do like an old business, new business with items on it. It's just how we do things. There's nothing wrong with it, it's just how we do it. So consent agendas, I think, are more dedicated to
Old business, new.
old business, new business, item-driven. However, you know, I came up with another plan. Just love Attorney Schuler's, is how he looks. So what I would like to do is reformat the agendas. So let's start off with minutes and the bill list. I will indicate on the agenda, you guys could approve those with one motion unless there's something in the bill list or one of the minutes that you need to change. That'll save a little bit of time, but it will. Department directors, this is a biggie, Commissioners, and you guys work with me here. I would like to schedule the department directors and other administrators, like your TDC director, like Ted, others like that make these reports to you for the first meeting of every month, and the first meeting only. They could appear the second monthly meeting only if one of you guys need them for a specific item, or they need direction from one of you guys on a specific item. But otherwise to that, we will put them on the first meeting only. Public hearings, I will ask Mrs. Bankston, Attorney Schuler, Mr. Carrington to try their best to schedule all public hearings for the second meeting of every month rather than the first. So basically, you'll be doing the planning and zoning report and your public hearings at the second meeting, because you won't be hearing from your department directors at the beginning of that meeting. Your planning and zoning items, they're always in your second meeting. But with that, variances, we need to hear variances individually like this morning. Because of the nature of what they are, we need to hear them one by one. However, point like this morning, you guys could approve all 4 docs with one motion this morning. That'll save you some more time. Again, again, you can remove any item from a group motion that you want to because it needs further discussion from your point of view. That is your right. That's what commissioners do. But if not, if you've done the review ahead of time, you talk to Courtney, you talk to Mark about it, and everybody's good with them, we could, with all the items, we could make one motion. RFQ, RFPs, seal bid openings, I'm sorry we have to do that at each meeting because we can't, come on guys, we can't slow the projects down. We're having a hard enough time as it is. So those will be in both meetings. And Attorney Schuler, errands in my report, as usual, that'd be at every meeting too, because this is how it is. So
Yeah,
these.
if he's not here, we're gonna end up getting ourselves in trouble.
Oh, yeah. You are our guardrails. Basically, yes, that's what he does. So, yes, I want to start this as the first meeting in January. It's the best time to start. And be patient with me. It's going to take some tweaking. And, you know, my feelings don't get hurt that easily. So if there's something you don't like that I did, please tell me and we'll fix it the next month. Okay? So I'm not asking for a motion per se, but can I get a nod of heads that, okay, Michael, let's try it type of deal?
I do have, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
one thing. I know, and I spoke to you about this before, Michael. You know, we get the department director's report, like I told you. Me personally, nothing against anybody, I don't think we need these people to come at every meeting, and I'm sure that they feel the same way. They would love to not have to come to every board meeting. But I also would like to enlist other individuals, like I told you before, you know, Weems, get an update from them every once in a while.
Okay.
I like an update from Louis with the EMS every once in a while. I think that would be beneficial to the board and to the public. I think that also, I know we've got the new projects website now going to be uploaded to our site, and that's great. But like Dewberry, whoever's in the area that, you know, is doing projects in our area can give us an update on the process or the progress, I think would be beneficial. That's just my thoughts.
And even if those are every other month or quarterly, that's still more than what we're doing now.
That was my next question. Would you like those quarterly?
Yeah, I mean, quarterly's fine. I don't think they need to come every month. I just, you know, some people may have questions for EMS director. Some people may have questions for Mr. Walker. Some people may have questions for our Dewberry engineers. I mean, they're the engineers that do a lot of these projects.
Yeah.
You know, I think it would just be nice to have that capability to do that.
I will, and I'll have those at the first meeting of every month to add to your department director. That works for the board.
That's fine.
So we'll try it? That's what I like.
Sounds good.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, good. Attorney Schuler?
You said it now, we'll try.
We'll try.
And we'll see
We'll
how-
try.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, like say for instance those docs, if there's something I don't like or questions I have about one, before we start talking about it, we can say, well, I want to pull item C, I will talk about that, but we can entertain a motion for A, B, E, you know, D and E, you know what I'm saying? So we can work around it.
Yeah, please, we'll work around it. Okay, item 7, next page, BOCC, your meeting policy. I put it as an electronic document. If any of you would like it in paper, please let me know. I'll make copies for you today or whenever. It's basically just codifying the process that we use now for each meeting, Commissioner. It's nothing more than that. There are a couple of tweaks where I recommended that you guys change the public comments in the morning, the first thing to 5 minutes instead of 3, and increase from 1 minute to 3 minutes people that want to speak about action items that you have throughout your agenda. You know, the chairman and I sat down and we reviewed. There's a couple other tweaks, but look it over, and I'll put it on a January, probably a month from now, January, the second meeting in January. I'll put it on that for your approval. You know, with any changes you guys might bring to me that you want to change.
Right.
Okay.
Michael, the only reason we started down this road is I just think it would be a benefit to the people we serve, to our residents, for the actions that the board's already taken to be written down in something that can be, you know what I mean, just like the projects website. We can say there's projects going on all day long, but they can go in their own time and know how the interaction, what they can expect the interaction of this board to be with our constituents. That's all it is. It's not trying to hem nobody in. It's not trying to silence anybody. It's just trying to make sure people, there's something written down. This is why we do what we do.
There's a method to our madness, Mr. Chairman. No, I'm just kidding.
There is. There is actually a method.
I'm just kidding. Item 8, what is referred to as the old Carroll Annex building. So we have this 30-year lease on that building, Commissioners. It's $1 a year, correct?
That's correct.
So, and we have, what, 20-something years left on it?
That's correct.
And so, I think we went through this with, that we're responsible for maintaining it. So, look, if we're gonna maintain the building, let's use it for something. So, Aaron and I, and Louis, we met out there. Fonda was with us, I believe.
yes.
He is interested in possibly that being the EMS location there, at that site. So, Aaron recommended that we contact Florida Retrofit. They helped us, not so much as a contractor, but more as a consultant type of deal, with the Weems, with the windows.
Yeah, they did the
project.
cost estimate for the Weems window project, and they just do a lot of construction all around the state, so they'll be able to look at it and just kind of give us a reasonable estimate to bring the building up to standards. Because, you know, since Hurricane Michael, you know, it has needed a roof replacement, and we just haven't put any money into it. And then right now there's a blue tarp on it, so it had, you know, intrusion has been coming into the building, and it would need, you know, some improvements to be suitable for EMS anyway, so.
Yeah. So we're not officially engaging them to say, I need a motion, you know, for you guys to sign a task order. We kind of want a neighborhood of what it's cost. I'll bring that back to you. We have further discussions on it. You guys tell me if it's worth it or not.
Well, and that, can I
Yep.
discuss something? That's the reason why we acquired the building back in around 2007, 2008, was because it was a good building back then, and we had it for the, you know, the annex, the county annex. But then it got safety precautions and stuff. We got into town then. But with that, that would be excellent to have that for a substation.
Yes.
An EMS substation or whatever, I think. And we just gonna have to bite the bullet, like I've been told many times, and just put a new roof on it or whatever it needs and get it done.
Okay, next legislative delegation meeting, that's going to be here on Tuesday, January 31st at 11 a.m. Usually they're in the evening at 5 o'clock. Representative Schultz, legislative aide, said to me, no, they want to start with Franklin County first this year. So that's why it's at 11.
I've never done it.
Never. I've never
Never done
remembered
it
being
that
that
I know
early.
of.
Yeah, but,
They always go to Perry and then start this way.
yep, so.
But at 11 o'clock in the morning, you're probably not gonna have a big reception over here in Franklin County because everybody works over here. And
so-
they enjoy the evening to come
Yeah.
in here and look.
And as we get closer, we'll talk more about it, because more than likely, whatever we submit as appropriation requests is what you guys could stand up and talk to the delegation. We'll be meeting the new senator for the first time. He'll be here with Representative Schoaf, and we'll go from there.
Do they still allow counties to make community budget requests?
That's
That's
outside
what
of
they call
the,
it,
yeah,
right?
well, I think they call them now legislative appropriation requests.
Yeah, they've changed some of that up, because,
Yeah.
well, you just got the stuff yesterday, they forwarded it.
Yeah.
They come up with a whole different set of, and I haven't read it, Commissioner, so I don't want to try to answer wrongly. They come up with a whole different set of rules on the House side this year about appropriations requests. I think they're also doing them where they don't have to be done as a, the way they voted on in the past is not gonna be the same way. It's gonna be more streamlined, is the way I understand it.
You may get in some holes then.
So what we'll do, Erin will ask Tracy to research that so
Yeah.
that she can update you guys on the
Yeah.
3rd, what
Yeah.
exactly is going on.
I always like to know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we do contract already with her for just some general BCC general services,
Yeah.
so that
So
will
that won't
require
be
a
too bad.
separate task order.
Good. And last item, Commissioners, your next meeting is January 3rd at 9, and you do have a workshop that afternoon scheduled at 1:30 with MediaCom for a broadband discussion.
Good. That's good.
Commissioner Amerson, that look you just smiled. And Commissioner, hey, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. I know I'll be talking to you guys before then, but just kind of publicly say that.
Yep. Before We are done with you, sir. We're still having issues with the supervisor elections building. The most recent issues, they're having problems with the roof leaking and different stuff. Ms. Griffith, didn't we, in the past, when we had discussion about the American Rescue Plan Act fund or some of those funds,
Yep.
we had potentially, the board had talked about setting aside funds to help find well, it's not just for the supervisor's office to find a new location. Is that not correct?
We did, yep.
Okay.
I'm pulling up the Excel workbook on that as well. The supervisor of election office construction or location or additional county office space, we did include about $734,000 in our spending plan for American Rescue Plan funds.
So, not that we don't want to relax during the holidays, but I bring it up today because I think us as a commission need to be thinking about between now and the new year, what we want to potentially try to do with that. But it's not throwing off on anybody. We have something that's squarely in our court that we need to fix, and we need to do it. It has nothing to do with anything else.
Yeah.
This is not a slight toward anybody.
No.
This is us trying to do what's right. I don't know how available property is in Appalachia versus somewhere else, so just keep that in mind. But yeah, we need to have that discussion going into the new year. I think we do anyway, so.
I agree with you, because I was over there in them hot days during the
Yes.
summer when the air conditioning was out and they didn't have nothing but fans running. And it's not only for them, but the machines. And, you know, we got to protect that. I wholeheartedly agree with you.
Servers don't do well with heat. We almost lost one when Mr. Gander's still on the Napa store, because those buildings run off servers, and we're having a problem with AC and a problem with AC and a problem with AC. And he almost wound up buying a $25,000 server because of AC problems. And that's Mr. Gander, I think would be better off to fix it. You know, it's just one of those things, but there are other things we're dealing with there.
I know before, when we was having problems, the same problems that we've had before with the supervisor of elections office, we even said, look at a modular building and, you know, have it moved in
Yep.
somewhere, so
Yep.
yeah, it can be done.
Anyway, I just wanted to bring that up before we got through today, sir. I wasn't trying to mess up that Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
No, we're
I
good.
still agree with that.
Good.
Same, you know, for everybody. Anything else for Mr. Morone before we go to Mr. Shore? All right, sir, you're up next.
Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
That is the extent of your report, huh?
Well, I have a list of updates I could give the board, but they're not timely. I mean, for
Okay.
example, to explain my absence at the beginning of the meeting, we had a case management hearing in the HLS versus Franklin County case. I can report that the court has directed the county to go back to mediation on January the 27th. So Mr. Morone and myself will be going back to mediation with Carlos Alvarez, who was the first mediator on January the 27th. The hearing on the county's motion for summary judgment, we thought had been scheduled for February the 7th. It's now been tentatively rescheduled to March the 17th or 16th. I've got to go check. I didn't have access to my actual calendar while I was on the phone conference, so I've got to go confirm that hearing date availability when I leave here today. The dredging projects over in East Point to get rid of that little isthmus of land behind Barber Seafood. The necessary paperwork from the two landowners that needed to be created and executed and delivered to the county so that the county's contractor could go out to the isthmus, pull that topsoil off, has been delivered and signed. The plan is to reduce that down to the water level at low tide to facilitate the dredging of that eastern end of the dredge project over in East Point. Commissioner Sanders had mentioned two things in her district at the last meeting, meeting before last. One was an interest in obtaining the property that had once been deeded by the St. Joe Company essentially to the Alligator Point Volunteer Fire Department, that has since reverted back. She's indicated a desire to seek the, I guess, reconveyance of that property to the county for my words, not yours, Commissioner, but essentially a multi-use type building use. So I figured she would like to have a copy of that deed, so I went and pulled a copy of that deed out of the public record, so when she communicates with the state, she will have that information with her. She had also indicated a desire for looking at possibly opening up some portion of Alligator Drive for a golf cart ordinance to allow golf carts to be used. I believe Commissioner said from the old KOA west down to the Tiki Hut, basically along the bike path, which has not yet been funded or created. I pulled up the old traffic study that was done in 2018. We'll distribute that out. Probably it should be updated as part of the board's consideration of a potential golf cart ordinance at Alligator Point, because the statute grants you the right as a county board to authorize the use of golf carts on county roads, which Alligator Drive is a county road, but you do have to essentially make a finding that it is safe to do so, and that is what the traffic study does. So if the board wants to pursue a golf cart ordinance at Alligator Point, then I would recommend that the board consider having Dewberry update their traffic study, taking into mind now that things are different in 2022 than 2018. 2018, the road was destroyed. You had a single lane road. You weren't even close to having a bike path down there or some sort of multi-use path. So Dewberry probably should look at that and return an opinion back to you, so you can make that necessary finding whether golf carts should or should not be used safely down at Alligator Point. But those were just informational items. But if the board has any questions for me on anything else, I'll be happy to answer it.
Mr. Chairman, just real quick, I do have a code enforcement concern that I need to get with you on. I don't know if it's going to be you or the health department involved.
Okay.
But I'll get with you after the meeting.
Okay, I'll get with you after.
Thanks.
Anyone have anything for Attorney Schuler? Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, sir. Thank you for everything.
Happy New Year.
So we're to the point of commissioner comments. Any commissioners have any comments today?
Mr. Chairman, just Merry Christmas to all, Happy Holidays, have a safe and prosperous New Year, and we'll see y'all next year, I guess.
Yeah, we will.
Anyone else? Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everyone. And if you are in this Christmas time looking for something to do that might not be your ordinary, I would remind you that the Franklin County varsity boys basketball team has a current record of 8-2. They're ranked in the top 10 in the state, and they take on Bozeman Thursday night at the Nest in East Point. Last Saturday, they took on a team that was ranked number 5 in the state and beat them by double digits. So they have been doing well. They've been succeeding. So it's not just our younger ones, it's our older ones as well. Because all those boys that stood in front of us this morning will one day be men in our communities. That's the importance of youth sports and youth activities. So if you find yourself with nothing else to do and you're kind of not wanting to shop because you know you'll spend money, come watch them play basketball. You'll enjoy it. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Yep. And just for the record, I'm delivering the 2 agreements to access the isthmus and remove it. I'm delivering the originals to the clerk.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you. I would just like to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and hopefully it's prosperous and full of good wishes for everybody.
Yes.
But don't forget that tonight Santa's going to be at the courthouse annex in Carabelle. Right, Jessica? And we're going to have cookies with Santa tonight. Starting at 5? 5? Okay. And I think that's good.
Rich gonna be there?
I was gonna wish everybody a Merry Christmas till we got those bids. Now I just want to say bah humbug. No, just kidding. Everybody have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Remember, it'll be cold this weekend, y'all. I mean, like dangerous type cold. Yes, be
That's
careful.
cold in Florida.
Get your pipes wrapped up.
There we go.
Turn some water on.
There you go. Meeting adjourned.